useless.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Box, the exciting show where we open a box and decide if the box rocks or if it's a box full of rocks.
I don't know if this is going to be a good episode. Hello. Hello. How are you? Welcome.
I'm about to
Before we get started, I have a question.
All I hear is Matt yelling, "Roar!"
I have a question, Amber. What's your favorite scary movie?
This one.
Yeah, me too. While we're waiting for Matt, and yes, as it unfolds, this has been the watch-along crew over here at Off the Rails, and you know what? I ain't mad at it. I love Amber. She's my best friend in the world. I love Matt. Him and I are getting closer and closer all the time. You couldn't ask for a better crew to watch movies with. Unfortunately, Eric couldn't join us as he was for Encanto, but that's okay, and we can still hear you, Matt. So, listen, normally this is the type of movie we would reserve for Scary Movie Squad so we could hear Chris scream, but you know what? The new Scream is opening in a couple days. And so what better time to watch Scream and Scream 2 than the week of? I do not want to waste too much time. We're watching two movies. We're already running late. So we're just going to get started. You guys ready?
What did you break? Are you okay, Matt?
Oh, I didn't break anything. So my desk is in like the corner of my room, and there's like bookshelf here, dresser here. So I had to like always gotta.
You have to maneuver your way in.
Yeah.
By the way, I am more than ready to go.
Of course,
this is one of my prized possessions. The only reason it's now on the second tier of the shelf is because it was replaced by my Tony. So I'm going to cuddle up here with Ghostface, and we're going to watch Scream.
You know you can't even see the Tony because it's spun to the middle. Can you turn that token?
You can see it. You can see it right there.
I have it spun to the middle because when I have my ring light on, it glares off of it like a disco ball. Currently, I don't have the ring light on, so I'll move it. But when my ring light is on, I could spin it and I'd be like, let's fucking party in this bitch. Anyways, we're going to watch Scream. If you have Peacock, it is available for free on Peacock. If you're watching it on Blu-ray, whatever you're watching it, I'm going to count down from 5. Diego, what's up? I love Diego. Next time I come to LA, Diego, you and I have to hang out and take pictures and nerd out. I'm sorry I missed you last time. I was busy, and Amber broke her ankle, so extra busy. True story. Anyways,
not my fault.
I'm going to count down from 5. I'm going to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play, and we're all going to press play, and we're going to watch Scream. Matt, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Amber, you ready?
I am.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and play. Dimension. Fuck you, Harvey Weinstein.
Bah!
Just wanted to get that out there.
I'm really excited about what I just got in the mail, by the way. It's a planner.
Ooh. Yes, I'm glad it isn't dead also. That would have been terrible. Her ankle died. It was a beautiful funeral. There were mums and flowers and said a few words.
Mums?
What type of flower? I don't want to talk that much during this opening sequence because I think it's one of the most finely crafted, sustained sequences of horror suspense. Wes Craven is a master, so we're just going to let Drew Barrymore do her work, and then once the title of the film comes up, we'll get into the talking. So enjoy this, what honestly serves as its own little short film, while Amber and I eat our dinner.
Eating my dinner. That is a pretty oak tree.
I love this house.
I love the Jiffy Pop.
I was going to say, I'd argue it's one of the most iconic movie props because I can't go to like the bodega I go to near me always has Jiffy Pop, and I immediately think of Scream.
Mm-hmm. In fact, we went to the bodega and he picked it up and he goes, Scream!
That's true, I did. Yeah, the Drew Barrymore show is actually pretty good, and she's doing all Scream all week.
Baby girl. You break a bone or something?
It's like,
It's like, oh, you're watching a new cut of this movie? I just want to shout out to Roger L. Jackson, who does the voice of Ghostface in all 5 Scream movies. They say it's a voice changer, but
And wrote it.
I would argue that his vocal performance is as integral to the success of this franchise as anyone, and he's amazing. Mike Deacon says, we have the Drew Barrymore Schmodown slice on our fridge, as you would. What's up, Deke? Oh, by the way, Mike, I am going to be in Orlando this weekend if y'all are bopping around Universal. The funny part is as you watch each Scream movie, especially 4, you could hear how Roger's voice has aged a little bit, but he's still so good at it. That is fair to say, Mike. For better or worse, my best friend in the world lives there, and I like to spend time with her, so. But she comes up to New York just as much. We have a business together. We're doing fun things.
you first.
We'll get into this, but obviously one of the brilliant things about the Scream movies is how delightfully self-aware and meta they are right from the get-go. When you have a killer and victims that are familiar with the tropes of horror movie in a horror movie, you immediately have my attention. It's like catnip to me. The opening of this movie is a perfect combination of Kevin Williams' writing, Wes's direction, and Drew Barrymore's pitch perfect performance. It is flawless in execution. And we'll talk about it, obviously, because we're going to watch Scream 2 as well, but I think the opening of Scream 2 is almost as good.
Welcome back.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi had like a hiccup for a second. I think it's back to normal because it was like buffering every 10 seconds.
One thing I want to talk about, well, so we'll talk about this when we watch Scream 2, just in case anyone watching this has never seen Scream before, who we think did each kill. Oh, I just gave away there's more than one killer. I'm assuming everyone who's watched it has seen Scream before. Can you put in the chat if you're hanging with us and you haven't seen Scream, and we'll try to keep spoiler-free if possible? This is Patty's first time, but she knows everything. Okay, good to know. Oh, you gotta watch 4, Mike. It's really good. And Jason doesn't wear the iconic mask until Friday the 13th, Part 3, 3D. Let's just say that Casey Becker would not be a great Schmodown competitor. She'd do fine in the first round, but by the wheel round, she'd be fucked.
Well, I mean, in the short round, you don't die if you miss the questions. So
that would be a good wrinkle for season 9. You lose the match, and Christian Harloff pulls out a 12 gauge and pops your ass. What's up, Star Drew? I think Brandy's taking some time off from hanging out in chats of places, but we do send her all our best. Casey in the FCL would be fun. I'd demolish her. No murder, though. I wouldn't murder her. That's true. Listen, just in the FCL, in a match or two, I've nearly had a conniption or a heart attack. So adding the extra pressure of you lose, you die, not for me.
No.
Near where, so in New York, near 24th Street and Broadway, there is the offices of, God, what's it called? Fun Inc. Fun World is the company that owns the intellectual property of the Ghostface mask design. And so when you're walking on the second floor, you just see a giant ghost face staring out of you, out of the window.
You're gonna have to show me the next time I'm there.
I will.
Yay!
That shot of Casey and Ghostface both mirrored in the glass is amazing.
I love it.
You can see the recognition in her eyes. So the mother part here is a relatively thankless role, but they needed an actress who could scream, and this actress can scream. It's so devilish that she can hear her daughter gasping out her last breath as she's being dragged.
Yeah.
This camera move, the zoom, like, I assume it's on a steady cam, but I always love it. And then we cut to Nev Campbell.
The youthful Sydney Prescott.
Mike, that guy's name is David Booth. He hasn't done all that much at all. So I don't know. Yeah, Casey hanging from the tree is definitely one of the most gruesome things in any Scream movie.
It really is. Like, everything else is relatively innocuous in terms of deaths, but boy, that part gets me. For the first kill in a movie. Well, second.
It's just, the whole thing sets the tone so well. You know it's going to be meta. You know it's going to be self-aware. You know it's not going to pull its punches with its violence. You know that the killer has a sharp tongue and likes to taunt his or her victims. And, you know, at the time, Drew Barrymore was arguably the biggest movie star in this cast. And she was on all the promotional material. So the fact that she dies in the opening was a shock to the system. It reminds me of Psycho and what they did with the marketing for Psycho back in 1960.
I mean, I absolutely love it. Like, when I was...
I mean,
oh, sorry.
Wasn't this the film that kind of revived Drew Barrymore's career at the same time?
I think it might have been.
It did, but she was also still the most well-known cast member. You know, because she had done all of her childhood stuff.
Of course. I just remember this was like after her getting clean, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so.
Because after this, she did like one of my all-time favorite romantic comedies, Never Been
Charlie's
Kissed.
Angels.
Charlie's Angels,
Never
Home
Been
Fries,
Kissed, yeah.
Riding in Cars with Boys. All that good late 90s Drew Barrymore content. The Wedding Singer, which I love.
Such a good movie.
I love her and Adam Sandler. I also love 50 First Dates.
We have to watch Blended,
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
which I actually
Blended
really
is
liked
underrated, honestly. I think that
Amber-
was
I agree.
underrated.
Amber and I watched Grown Ups when we were locked up with COVID, and then we were talking all about different Adam Sandler movies, and she said she liked that one, and I haven't seen it.
I'm just really, really happy that we got. I mean, we watched all 4 Scream movies while we were locked up.
In one day, and now here we are again, like a week and a half later.
I can't even believe that was one day. Do you know what I mean? Because we went through like all of Nev Campbell's like young adulthood into adulthood, basically.
I mean,
That was the first
Yes.
thing we said when we saw him on screen was how sad
I
it
mean,
is that he died
she's
so
what,
young.
25 in this movie?
Yeah.
I can say I watched 4 of the 5 movies in the franchise today already.
She has aged so well, Nev Campbell.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna talk a little emotional and personal now, and I sort of did a Twitter thread about this the other day. So when I was a kid, I was terrified of everything. I had to sleep with the lights on. I couldn't go on the Haunted Mansion. I couldn't watch anything scary, and I had severe night terrors to the point that I had to deal with it in therapy and stuff. And now, if you know me at all, you know I love horror, and I really attribute finally sitting down and watching this movie to my love of horror. And in fact, it goes so far as I think Scream was. Would you settle for a PG-13 relationship? Okay, no.
Yes.
I attribute
And she's
Scream
like, whoop.
and Scream 2 to really helping me grow and mature as a person. And it was really foundational in my coming of age.
So
I would
you're
venture
you're
to
gonna
say
make
that it
fun
was
of me.
foundational in all of our coming of age.
Yeah.
Not me. I watched
You're
Scream
young.
for the first time. No, I watched Scream for the first time 10 months ago.
Oh, wow.
Wow. I
Okay.
watched this. So this and I Know What You Did Last Summer were my high
Yep.
school like
Uh-huh.
slasher flick. And I kind of went
So
because of things like Paranormal Activity, it's hard for me to watch a lot of horror because that ghost shit scares me like legit. But this, I love it.
I saw Scream 2 in theaters and I was 10 years old. And I shouldn't have, but I did. And I used to.
Isn't that all R-rated movies when you?
I used to.
Oh, that hurt.
I had. I don't remember what it was called, but there was a Scream message board in the late 90s that I had thousands upon thousands of posts on this Scream message board. Like, Scream,
I just want to make it very clear that I might have been there with you,
it's
which
possible.
wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
So I will say this. I am relatively new to the horror genre. The first horror movie I ever saw was Get Out.
Wow. Okay.
And that was in theaters. I was always anti-horror. Taylor Cleek and Connor Breedlove are two of my best
I'm sorry.
friends.
What is that last name?
Breedlove?
Breedlove?
Breedlove.
That
That's
may
literally his last
that
name.
may like one up Wingblade as my favorite last name.
Connor is an awesome guy. I love Connor. I met them through my best friend Nick, who helped me co-found Watt, and they were all in film school together, and they were the two who were like, oh no, we're horror guys, and they convinced me to watch Get Out. I was with friends at dinner one day. They're like, let's go see a movie. It's mid-April. Nothing's really out at the time. And they're like, oh, you see Get Out yet? I'm like, nah, but I'll give it a shot. I mean, I've never really done horror. So I was like, it's black horror. Screw it. Let's give it a shot. And then it all just kind of...
I love that. Henry Winkler is great in this movie,
Yes.
Mike. He's really great. When people ask me now what's my favorite genre, I tied for two: horror and musicals.
Can we Have some more horror musicals. Thank you. Repo the Genetic Opera is not the best.
Rocky
Preston,
Horror.
Great.
Preston Max Allen, who some of you may know from appearances he made on past stuff on the PJ Campbell Network, wrote a brilliant horror musical called We Are the Tigers about cheerleaders getting slashed.
I don't think I've ever actually heard the soundtrack to We Are the Tigers, and I need to hear it.
We should listen to it. It is my goal to help turn it into a film. I think after those two, it would probably be like sci-fi fantasy with a heavy emphasis on superheroes and space battles.
Yes.
We'll get into why as this continues on, but and I say this with all earnestness, if someone is like, give me some of your all-time favorite performances by an actor in a movie, Matthew Lillard in this movie
Yes.
is
Yes.
extraordinary. I think he is operating at a genius level that no one else in this movie quite touches. Jamie Kennedy comes close. Courtney Cox is amazing. But in this movie, Matthew Lillard is chef's kiss.
Yes.
He's the one that steals the show, truly. Honestly,
He does.
the main three guys really sell this, and to fill it in, liver in the mailbox. I can't get over that hurt. And then to fill in with Nev and Rose, it's just perfect. What did you drop? Did you drop donuts?
I don't have donuts.
Liver alone.
Luna, you're sick.
You should try
Another thing I love about this movie, and it's prevalent in a lot of Kevin Williamson stuff, like Kevin Williamson also created Dawson's Creek, is
Sorry. Not saying anything. Not saying anything right now.
do you hate Dawson's Creek or do you love it?
No. I'll put it in the chat.
His teenage characters talk in a way that most teenagers wouldn't necessarily talk about with their references and stuff, and yet it still feels really natural and authentic. Oh, okay. That makes me happy, actually.
It's a blink if you miss it thing, but
well, in the first season of Dawson's Creek, there is a horror episode that was obviously inspired by his success with I Know What You Did Last Summer and Scream, because he wrote I Know What You Did Last Summer also. And he also wrote The Faculty. Right. And I love The Faculty. Have you seen The Faculty, Amber?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love The Faculty.
Clea Duvall.
Yes.
And I think Josh Hartnett, yes.
Yeah, Josh Hartnett, but oh my
Yes.
God, my mind.
Who are we trying to identify?
Elijah Wood, thank you.
Yes, that guy. All you really needed to say was carried the ring.
Well, my mind kept saying Frodo Baggins. I'm like, but that's not his name in real life. He's not actually Frodo Baggins.
I would also like to point out that Jordana Brewster, not in a Fast and Furious movie.
Remember who plays their teacher in that movie? It's fucking Jon Stewart.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And Sean, I was sexier when I was younger, Haddad.
Oh, Hatosoi, Haddad, whatever his name is. Yeah.
Yeah. There's our girl.
I love Gail Weathers an unhealthy amount. Like, unhealthy.
Isn't the next movie the one with the good hair?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Courtney Cox's hair in Scream 2 is like, goals. It's funny because I would argue that Wes Craven does, and I think that's the point you're making. Like, I think even though their language is a little heightened with movie references and stuff like that, they feel like teenagers. They really do. John Hughes was good at that. You know who I thought was great at that was Olivia Wilde in Booksmart. I love that movie because they felt like teenagers.
100%.
I would love to see her make a slasher flick. Although, I can't remember what it's called. Her new movie I'm really excited for with
Kiss Me Darling.
Kiss Me Darling. I was going to say Kill Your Darlings, but I was like, no, that's the Allen Ginsberg poem. Oh, yeah. The way that the Sydney Gale Weathers relationship unfolds throughout the entire, what do we call it, the Scream saga, is delicious.
it just really makes you love these characters and you just want to be friends with them. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's why I put Scream ahead of any other horror movie for me, especially any other slasher movie, is you love the characters. Even the ones who die early on, they're not just stock bland archetypes just to have a body count. They have personality, they have motivation, they feel as human as a character in this type of movie is going to feel. And so it sucks when they die. If you've seen the trailer for the new one, there's a line that Ghostface says that has me just like over the moon. And when he goes or she goes, I don't know who the killer is, it's an honor to be talking to Sydney. I'm like, that is so cool. The look on Matt's face. Matt may or may not have already seen the new Scream. No spoilers for anyone, please, Matt.
Yeah.
That's why I took my face off.
I am seeing it on Thursday, and then I'm seeing it again with Amber on Saturday.
I'm seeing it Thursday with Jen because she wants to see it. I wish there was another way I could see it again before Thursday.
Oh. Also, huge shout out to Marco Beltrami's score in this movie.
Oh, something I can say about the new Scream movie: my favorite cinematography in the franchise.
Even from the trailer, I sort of felt like the cinematography was like there's a shot in the trailer of just like a shadowy silhouette of Ghostface against a wall. Where does Sidney Prescott rank in the annals of cinema final girls? Top
I'm
3
sorry.
at least.
I have her as my one. It's her then Jamie Lee.
I was gonna say her and then Laurie Strode.
Mm-hmm.
I would go ahead and agree. I mean, this was my obsession throughout high school. So of course we were exactly alike.
Jennifer Love Hewitt, and I know what you did last summer, is pretty great too. What are you waiting for?
That was a "Give Kids the World, Make a Wish" kid line. I love that line.
I remember that story. I like a lot of the Friday the 13th movies. Some are terrible and some are good. But my one criticism of that series overall is it doesn't ever really have a memorable final girl. None of them do.
I just finally updated my freaking, because I don't use Letterboxd, so I'm still keeping with the Twitter thread. This is the second time I've watched this movie today.
Nothing wrong with that.
I mean,
if I were to make a list, if I were to really think back and make a list of the movies I've watched the most number of times in my life, this is easily top 10. This and Scream 2 are both in there.
So Get Out used to be my comfort horror movie. This has taken that place.
We're not watching Scream 3 tonight.
I was about to say, I love how this comes to play in Scream 3.
Literally what I was saying. High five. You're my best friend.
That's the one I'd prefer never to talk about.
I like Scream 3. It's the worst of them, but I still really, really enjoy it.
See, my first time watching Scream, I watched 1 through 3 in a straight shot. And That was 3 was a tough pill to swallow right before going to sleep.
An important thing to remember about Scream 3 is it came out right after Columbine, and so they intentionally toned it down and made it sillier. I still think it's really fun. I still like it a lot.
I like the kills in it.
I will say this, as amazing as Courtney Cox's hair is in 2 is as fucking horrible as it is in 3.
Well,
Yes.
because I mean, that was her. David Arquette was like, you should hang out and have Betty Bang.
What's up, Chris? Well, we are watching Scream 2 after, so if you get home and you want to join us, you know where to find us, buddy.
Get your pillow ready.
I love how like dopey Dewey is in this one, and like another one of my favorite things. Like, it's not often in slasher movies, even when characters return in sequels, that they have growth. But like Dewey grows and matures and gets tougher in each movie, and I love that.
Yeah.
It's true. By the time you're in 4, he's the man.
I don't want to spoil anything, but I do think that some of the information tied to the reveal is frustrating in the last act.
Yeah.
But
I'd agree.
as a fun, campy slasher movie, it's enjoyable. Hi, Reef.
Yeah.
Bye, Reef. I am wearing a shirt, nothing on it tonight. Sorry.
I'm wearing
the
thick shirt.
I'm wearing the shirt Jenny got me for Christmas for the first time.
I had a 6 magnet on the power box, and it fell apart. It broke in half. So we got to get a new one.
I remember seeing that magnet before I left too. Okay, well, I'll get you a new one.
I don't know what happened to it, but it was on the floor in 2 pieces. It must have fallen off when I closed the door one day, because it's right.
Oh, I mean, so this is kind of dumb. We're talking about this on a stream, but the neighbors slammed the door too. So that wall shakes.
It was also right at the top. You know what I need to get? I need to get like a metal board to put on like the inside of a door so I can put more magnets up.
I agree.
I have a ton of magnets in storage.
Can you tell me anything? Yeah, you're a real pain in the ass.
So
also, oh wait, no, never mind. Continue.
I want to shout out W. Earl Brown, who plays Kenny, who for me is best known for his wonderful performance on the TV show Deadwood, which I love. But not only was he amazing on Deadwood, he wrote one of my favorite episodes of Deadwood and would often consult with David Milch on how to write the episodes. Well, the best part about this is Luke Wilson is in Scream 2. Briefly, but he is.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a good idea for me to drink an energy drink at 11 at night? I don't care. I'm doing it.
You should definitely
I was just
make
about
sure
to say,
that
we
you
all
save
know
some of
you
those.
stay up to like 3 or 4 in the morning anyways.
Listen, last night we actually went to bed at a reasonable hour.
I mean, it was still 3:30, but for me, that's reasonable.
But then I was able to get up at 1.
Yeah, I was up at work on time.
5.
What were you saying? Save some of what?
I was going to say save some of that energy drink life for certain 24-hour streams that may be happening sooner rather than later.
Oh, don't you worry. I'm going to buy a whole case.
Yay!
We'll talk about this again when we watch Scream 2, Amber, but in Scream 2, the main detective cop character is David Arquette's father.
Huh. I think I knew that.
Whose father?
David
David
Arquette.
Arquette. So like in the scene on campus where he's giving the speech about curfew and what they're going to do and stuff, that actor is David Arquette's dad.
Interesting.
Oh my God. They just released the first trailer for the Bob's Burgers movie. You don't have a cup of caffeine at 10 at night. What are you even doing? I am making my life choices. I recognize that they are not good, but we still have a whole movie and half of this one to watch.
He
So
also,
we're gonna be-
like, his bedtime is at like 5, so it's fine. He's still got another 7 hours before bedtime.
That's
6
true.
hours. I can't count.
It's true.
I am also having a cup of caffeine.
L'chaim, bitches. Also, hi, Legaltland 13. It's nice to see you again. I know that they were here watching Encanto with us the other night. Fair enough.
Officially, fully love you. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure who you are, Legaltland. I'm sorry to say, but I do love you now. Welcome to the family. Sleep, what's that? I don't know.
Lego is in I'm pretty sure it's Lego because they're in What the Show stream all the time.
Oh, dope.
Well, welcome home. We
Are
have
you
a
on
new place
are you
for to
on
hang out.
are you on Twitter? And if you're comfortable putting your username in the chat, I'd love to follow you and see what's up.
Yes, please.
I love
When you
Dewey and his sisters. You treat me like a man of the law.
You treat me like a man of the law.
I have a hard time watching this movie and not thinking of Scary Movie.
Yep.
Well, I mean,
Because
they
That's
first
never-
Scary
what
movie
this movie
is-
was supposed to be called. That's what this was
It's
supposed to be called. Don't
such a
forget
good
that.
parody. Like when Anna Faris goes, "Are you okay selling for a PG-13 relationship?" And he goes, "What's that?" And then she just shows the world's
Hairy face.
largest bush. It's funny.
Officer Doofy, tell Mom I'm cleaning my room with a vacuum. Oh Jesus Christ!
I also really like Scary Movie 3.
I never saw Scary Movie 3. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, it's private. All right.
You don't haunt.
Bam. Super bitch.
Oh, you already follow me, so I'm gonna follow you. How about that?
Scary Movie 4 is a fucking train wreck. You are absolutely right, Mike K.
That little whoop in the score is so great. Oh my god, I did it again. No, Luna, no.
Jesus, Max.
No.
Damn it.
Sorry, I'm having a moment over here, guys. I apologize. I'm being very unprofessional.
And you keep dropping your food.
What did you
Dude.
drop this time?
Chicken finger.
And I could see her, like a little high dog, being like,
Yeah, she
Wait.
just sort of came over and was like, her mouth was like, but I caught her. I think this probably was my introduction to Rose McGowan. The most I've seen of her was on Charmed, but my favorite Rose McGowan is Planet Terror.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know that was Rose McGowan. I'm like, wow, the years have not been kind.
Well, she is not well,
Yeah.
is what I would say, to be as kind and political as possible. Lily,
Agreed.
baby, you got sick earlier. You're not having any chicken fingers, honey girl.
honey girl.
I said what I said.
That's what it said. Is the butt wiggling? Or is she laying down now?
She's too high for her butt to be wiggling. She just got back in bed and she's like,
The picture, he sent me a picture of her just sitting there like,
I can show it. I don't mind.
it's so funny.
I actually took another one that's even better. Hold on.
Oh gosh.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
Look at her.
Little high girl.
To be clear, she is on an anxiety medication. I am not giving my dog illicit drugs, okay? I don't want anyone to think I'm doing something uncouth.
I mean, they got doggy weed, right?
Well, I do give her CBD treats. So cannabis, Like THC is super allergic and deadly for dogs, but CBD is really good for them. So I have 2 different types of CBD treats, and if she eats enough of it, it definitely mellows her out.
I mean, easier than like, forcing anxiety pills down her throat. Because she loves that a lot.
Another thing I love in the Scream movies is Cotton Weary. Like when this movie came out, Liev Schreiber was a nobody, and then he has such a great part in Scream 2, which we will get to, and now he's just such a badass actor. I love Liev Schreiber.
What's really funny is like he had literally basically appearance roles in here, even though he was. Oh yeah! Oh my God!
I love Jawbreaker. I love Jawbreaker.
That movie is so good.
There's a Jawbreaker musical that I love.
I've heard about it.
I'm about to buy Jawbreaker on Blu-ray. Because I know I'm putting most of my Blu-rays in storage, but that's fine.
Bye.
I was going to say, so for better or worse, the depiction of Jews on screen tends to be nerdy, nebbishy. I like some of them. Don't get me wrong. I love Seth Rogen, love Jonah Hill. I love, but Liev Schreiber gives Jews a good name with how badass he can be. Like Ray Donovan is what it is, but he was always so dope on that show. And they made a movie now. And I liked him as Sabretooth well enough, even though that movie's...
I got a hot take. I like that movie more than Wolverine or more than The Wolverine.
I don't, but that's fair. To each their own.
The Wolverine's just one giant plot hole, because how does he remember saving the guy when he has no fucking whatsoever?
But as long as we can both agree that Logan is excellent.
Oh, Logan is by far superior than both in every single way.
Good. I sort of wish he had come back in Logan.
Yes, I agree. That was the one thing that was missing from it for me.
I like how much Stu likes that. He's just laughing. He's like being all Matthew Miller, dude.
Just the face.
I forgot how much I love that stupidity. Like quack quack quack.
And I love how this is a scene that gets recreated in Scream 2 between Luke Wilson and Tori Spelling. I mean,
sorry, Billy. You don't get over the death of a parent in a year. Yes,
right.
This is accurate, Mike, and I agree with it. But it's also a great thing. Like, I've seen over-the-top performances that ruin a movie. Lillard in this movie just takes it to the next level.
It's Lillard.
Is it? You're right. It is Lillard.
It's Lillard.
Matthew Lillard.
I pay attention to these things because I definitely had the hugest crush on him when I was younger.
Oh,
and
Mr. Lillard is frankly extraordinary in a lot of things. Like, his work as Shaggy in the Scooby-Doo movies is transcendent. And you may sit there and think that I'm being silly, but I am being dead serious.
Shaggy. He fully is Shaggy.
I was still pissed that they recast Shaggy even in voice, replacing
Me
him.
too.
He had to find
It did
out
not
with the
need to be
report.
Will Forte.
I will also say, he is absolutely amazing in the show Good Girls. Like, he's absolutely fucking phenomenal.
I love him on Bosch.
Ooh.
Anytime he shows up in something now, he's still so good.
Go on, Henry. Go on. You pop off.
Fucking Henry Winkler. Henry fucking Winkler.
If you use TikTok, I highly recommend following his TikTok because there's so many delightful videos of him dancing with his grandchildren over the holidays doing
Oh,
TikTok
you mean
dances.
I mean, yeah.
Are you mouthing things and not actually speaking? Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not.
I was muted and I was being silly and I was like, I'm going on TikTok to follow him right now. And I was like,
The least of my problems with Scoob was the voice cast, but I really dislike that movie from top to bottom.
That's a movie I own digitally just because I have a godson and he lived in Florida at the time and wanted to see it. And died to review it. So screw it. Bought it. It was back in the early days of COVID, it was buy for $20 or rent for $20 or buy for $25. What made more sense?
If I think Amber, you and I talked about this when we watched this movie last week. If we had been in her situation, both of us would have popped out of the stall and called that girl out for her shit.
I'd been like, what was it where she did that? There is some movie.
Scream 3?
No. It's
Scream
like
3, I think it is.
I mean, I think that happens in Scream 3, but there's something else that I'm thinking of because
With Neve Campbell?
No, it's somebody else. I think it.
Oh, when she does that, that's why we were both thinking of Campbell.
Well, like some character does that, and she's being talked about while in the bathroom, and then she comes out and she's like, "Man, fuck you."
Booksmart?
I'm talking about something a little bit older. It might be Mean Girls or something like that.
Oh my God, Danny DeVito, I love your work.
Girl, if you think there's somebody in there, you would not be just standing there looking for feet. Wash your hands and get out of the bathroom.
This is why this movie is missing a black person. Nobody's talking sense into them.
That's why I love the camera guy
Except Randy.
in Scream 2.
Randy. Yeah. Even the actors who plays the black actor who I forget who he plays in Scream 3. Even he was talking sense into people. Which now I'm biting my tongue again because I have something I want to talk about.
How's the eye? It's productive.
Jesus Christ. Like
Seems like a good time to party.
close my door real quick.
I was 24 for a whole year.
God damn it, Stu. You're trying to seduce me, aren't you, Miss Weathers? Henry Winkler is so delightful in this scene.
He really is.
Him getting scared of himself in the mirror kills me. I want to point something out that we'll get to in a second. The janitor is basically dressed like Freddy Krueger with a sweater and the hat, which is a great homage to Wes Craven, obviously, who made this movie and Nightmare on Elm Street. I've always wanted to see a Scream sequel that plays out like New Nightmare, wherein the cast of Scream, and this way you could get back characters who died, are just playing themselves and someone starts killing them in real life. I think that would be so fun. If any series can go that meta, it's this one. That is correct. It is Wes Craven who plays the janitor dressed like Freddy Krueger. Cut to ghouls.
Ooh.
I have a feeling it is going to do well.
I'm hoping it does.
I mean, the reality is 4 didn't do that well on box office, but it kept doing. People kept renting it. It had a nice, healthy home video life, and they made the sequel. Plus, horror is cheap, right?
I gotta see what the production budget of Scream 5 is.
But I mean, as of recently, as early as $50 million to make Scream 5. As early as this week, they were saying between $30 and $40 million opening for Scream, which would be the biggest opening for a Scream movie and really solid for January during Omicron, frankly. So, Wes Carpenter flick. That's clever. That shot there, sort of panning into the woods with Ghostface back there, reminds me a lot of Halloween.
I mean, they knew what they were doing.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite scenes in the movie.
Yes.
Because I would argue in terms of like manic intensity and silliness, the only actor that comes close to matching what Matthew Lillard is doing is Jamie Kennedy.
Absolutely. That was his entire audition for Shaggy.
I was gonna
right
just
there.
say that was his Scooby-Doo audition. Stop! Get out of my head, Amber. Please stop it. It's enough.
I can't because I'm in my
I've
own
never
head.
met someone else before in my life who literally says or thinks the same things I do. Sometimes a second before I can say them. It's really disconcerting.
So now my question is, can you tell me what I'm doing right now besides watching Scream and being on a watch along?
Tweeting?
No, because I actually want to be engaged, but I'm also doing something else.
Are you playing Bubble Burst? Then I don't know. Oh, you're playing Pokemon?
I mean, I've played the game so many times that I would obviously freaking know what I'm doing.
My Switch is right here. I was definitely playing it when we were on the meeting before the watch along.
I don't have a Switch.
You should fix that.
For Christmas, Amber got me the new Switch with the OLED screen.
Yeah, see, I got him one, but I didn't get me one. I don't know what I was thinking.
When FCL season starts, I'll consider getting a Switch.
Do you like how I stare at Maxwell? I'm like,
I got you 30 other gifts.
I'm just messing with you. I know. Yes, Patty, we absolutely are twinsies. 100. He also has the other Pokemon game. So I have.
Well, I bought the 2 set with. I have Brilliant Diamond. You have Shining Pearl.
Shining Pearl, yeah. And I was like, which one do you want? And he goes, I don't know. Which one do you want? I was like, I'll take Pearl. He's like, good. I was going to choose Diamond. I was like.
Okay.
Jamie Kennedy has the most expressive faces.
Red Right Hand is one of my favorite songs by Nick Cave. Every time they play it in a Scream movie, I am thrilled.
Maxwell, I hate you right now. I hate you right now.
We did a Suddenly Soundtracks on PJ Campbell Network last year where we put together our playlist for a Halloween party, and it was definitely on my list. Red Right Hand.
I just really wanted to sing that just like that. Thank you.
See, this is my type of thing. Like, so many people before a house party in high school would be going to get beer. I'd be like, we're getting chips and ice cream. It's because I'm fluffy.
I mean, yeah. It has nothing to do with really being fluffy, though. Like,
maybe it's why I'm fluffy.
I don't like ice cream.
I mean, to each their own.
It's a mood food for me. Like, I'm much more of a cake type and baked goods type person.
Ooh, see, you can have all my baked goods and I will have all your ice cream.
Yeah. Oh my God, Amber, can we go to Tasty Treat this weekend?
Twisty Treat.
Twisty Treat.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We're going to freaking Chewy's. We're going to Twisty Treat.
Oh, we're finally going to Toothsome because I have a reservation on one day. I don't remember when.
You didn't tell me that. I'm excited.
I'm talking to the one and only Jeff Altman right now. He just finished watching Scream with his wife. She thought it was the dumbest thing ever, so he's going to watch the rest of them by himself.
Paulina!
And I'm like, oh, come on.
Paulina is officially on my shit list.
Well, I mean, Jeff was already, so it's just adding one more.
Jeff is welcome to come watch Scream 2 with us on
I
camera.
said that to him. He's like, nah, I'll watch it during the day. Gonna get comfortable in bed and watch more Euphoria instead because I'm hooked. So my response to him was, boo.
Euphoria is on my list of things to watch. I haven't gotten there yet.
It's funny because I was telling Jeff to watch it. He's like,
hi, since we're best friends now, would you please have a Budgie the Whale delivered to my apartments? Thanks in advance, Lego. Love you.
So
Wow.
here, so I'm not a big fan of Sam Levinson stuff. I love Euphoria.
Yeah, I was not crazy about Malcolm and Marie.
Yeah, I cooled on it a lot on a second viewing. I was just that was a movie I was so hyped for, and
I was
the
hyped
hype
for it
not
too.
blinding.
Like, I was following the production. I was so fascinated by what they were pulling off during the
Right.
heart of the pandemic, Lovato, and I watched the movie. I was like, eh. And I love John David Washington. That dude is dope.
Same.
Like, I love Tenet. Every time I watch Tenet, I like it more and more.
Yes, agreed. So he's already on like episode 7. So I messaged him like, "How's your Euphoria watch?" He's like, "I love it, but all these people are horrible people." I'm like, "Yeah, that's kind of the point."
I mean, isn't that 99% of HBO shows?
Right.
I mean, he loves Succession.
Except Barry.
Except, I mean, he's a horrible person, but he's delightful as well. Henry Winkler is not horrible.
Well, he's an inherently good person, but he's just put in a situation. He's just been in this.
Fair.
It's. I wasn't coming for Barry Lego. I was saying Barry's a good person. I love Barry.
Barry's one of my favorite TV shows. I like the wait for
Yes.
season 3 has been. We should do a recap show.
I would love that. So my younger brother, he's 9 years younger than me, so he just turned 18. He's starting to get into collecting movies and premiere access television and all that. So over the summer, I got him to watch Barry, and he was like, "Dude, I'm hooked. I need it." I'm like, "Welcome to the HBO world." I'm getting him to watch Righteous Gemstones, and we're gonna watch Succession together because I still haven't watched it.
Succession's great.
Jesus me.
This scene.
And I love scary movies take on this scene with Shannon Elizabeth.
Yes. Shannon Elizabeth disappeared.
Well, she became like a born again Christian and regrets a lot of
really?
stuff that she does some church stuff and travels the world and
Did not know that.
So like last year, or 2 years ago now, or I guess the winter of 2020, when Taylor and Connor did a watch along for the horror movie Jack Frost. She has a part
God, I've seen that movie.
She has a part in it, and they reached out to her, and they reached out to her reps and like, Miss Elizabeth has moved on from those type of films in her filmography. and
That's hilarious.
It's like
It makes me cackle, actually.
You can't really move on from stuff like that that you've done. It's forever. It's a film. Just steer into the skid. That's my opinion on it.
I agree. Like, so when Mark Wahlberg talks about how Boogie Nights is his least favorite movie he's ever done in because of how he's like older and Christian or whatever, I'm like, but that's arguably the best movie you've ever been in. It's like, what's wrong with y'all?
And you know, it's like I sit here, I'm like, so you regret American Pie? You regret? I don't think she regrets Jan Silent Bob because it's Kevin Smith and she came back for a reboot. But
I always wanted like a Mythbusters
on Scream.
Well, in this kill in particular, like,
yes.
Would this kill someone or not?
I mean, it's breaking their neck.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically.
But like, would their neck, like, the neck shouldn't be that hard to get out of the doggy door. I'm just gonna say it.
Right.
Jeff is just like, I think I'm gonna get high and watch Euphoria.
She did put up a fight. I agree. That's the thing. In all of these movies, all of the women generally put up a fight when they're being chased. They don't just let it happen. So I appreciate that.
I'm trying to think of if one does.
Whatever.
I guess, unfortunately, one of my favorite characters in the franchise, so we still don't know if she's alive or not, Kirby, she doesn't have a chance to put up a fight.
Yeah. I sort of feel like the only reason Kirby wasn't revealed to be back is that Hayden has taken a break from acting. But if they were to continue the franchise and if Hayden starts acting again, I could definitely see them bringing her back. But I think you had stepped away when I said my dream for a Scream sequel years later on would be the Scream riff on Wes Craven's New Nightmare, wherein you get everyone back, Matthew Lillard, Jamie Kennedy, and they're playing themselves. And they're meeting up for like a 30-year reunion of the series, and someone starts killing the real-life actors. And for me, there's only one choice as to who the killer would be, and it would be Matthew Lillard. That's the only way to... Excuse me, Matthew Lillard.
I think that's what I missed about 2, because I get casting. It would have been so funny because since it is meta to have Matthew Lillard play Stu, Scooter play Billy, and just why do they pick characters that or people that look exactly like us? With how meta the series has been, I just thought.
Well, there's still a chance.
Yeah. That line's used at least once every movie. This is real life. It isn't a movie.
Every time they say that in a movie, I roll my eyes, except in these movies because they're so
Yes.
intentionally meta. When can I be a man? I mean, I love my Brian. Don't get me wrong. What? A porno? Really, Sid?
So it's like, you mean if it put it in?
I also gotta say, I love the use of the Halloween score in this scene.
Oh, yeah. I pointed that out when we watched the other day. Is like, to me, the Halloween score is the best score ever written for a horror film. And so, how to best ratchet up the tension is to find an in-movie excuse to just reuse the score. That's what happened with Scream 2. They used the Broken Arrow score as a temp track for Dewey's theme, and they liked it so much they just used it. She got legit that line.
Yes.
Really, Adam Witt? Really? Hello, Adam Witt. We are watching
Hello,
Scream.
Mr. Witt. I mean, let's be honest. Trading Places is an important film in filmography for multiple reasons, and not that scene, but how to properly pull off doing blackface while it's still utterly unacceptable and funny and acceptable at the same time.
On that note, what are your thoughts on Tropic Thunder?
I agree on that. It's the same. See, Tropic Thunder, it's the same, but it's taking a shot at just actors doing blackface for no reason. This, at least, it was a disguise, and it was funny. My oldest cousin, he has two stepsons. So they live in Tennessee. They came up a couple days before Christmas to visit, and we gave them and their younger brother their gifts, and we wanted to spend time with them and watch a Christmas movie. We decided on Trading Places. They're both, one's a sophomore, one's a freshman. We're sitting there watching the movie, and that scene comes up. He's like, I've thought this the entire movie, but there's no way in hell this gets made today.
Fair enough. I appreciate that.
But but it's funny that we're at the point when even kids are like, oh yeah, this wouldn't get made today. The Office, one of my favorite shows of all time, would not be made today. I'm pretty sure that's part of the reason a reboot for it, or a revival of it, hasn't happened.
It's hard to say because you watch HBO and certain other things, and there's definitely still like edgy, controversial comedy.
Yes.
It is an opportune time to watch the Scream franchise.
Yes, I can tell you should definitely rewatch at least two of them. Which two, I won't say.
Well, Amber and I rewatched all four of them last week, but I can't get enough of these movies. We always talk about like the best movies that all take place in one day, and even though Scream does take place in multiple days, the majority of the climax, the whole last hour of the movie, is all in one night.
Yep.
And I love that because it really allows the moments to linger on. It's not too rushed, and it builds the tension throughout.
No,
So so often the climax will be like 10 minutes rushed at the end, and here by having it be at this house party, and then the way it's intercutting from Nev taking off her top to then them reacting to it in the movie, it's really cleverly constructed from a cinematic standpoint.
And I actually love that. And I was watching 4 earlier. I'll bring up the callback line when they're at the cinema club and they're talking about the history of the Stab franchise. And the one goes like, maybe some actual nudity this time, and crosses his face.
Yes. See, this is what we were talking about. How better to ramp up the tension than an in-movie excuse to just reuse the Halloween score? Because no one does it better than John Carpenter in terms of horror scores. It's also a great way to get the house cleared out. They go look at Principal, and then it's just our few final characters hanging out before the bloodbath begins.
Baked Tostitos. That bag throws me back.
Yeah.
God, I love this fucking movie. Part of me wishes this was my first horror movie, but I'm glad I didn't watch it until this past year.
I feel like for a lot of people my age, who are now in their mid-30s, that this was our introduction to horror. And the funny thing is, I appreciate it even more now that I've seen all of the movies it references. I've seen every shitty, and by shitty, I say shitting lovingly, Sleepaway Camp, Terror Train, Funhouse, all of these 70s and 80s movies, Sleepaway Camp, all this stuff. Yeah, I mean, Kevin Williamson...
There's one scene that isn't airtight, I can nitpick that one scene after seeing it twice today. The scene when they're at the movie rental, because at the same time they're intercutting between Ghostface following the 2 girls.
Yeah.
But if they're both there, who's
I mean, of course, we don't actually know if they're happening at the same time. We're just assuming because of the cut.
This reminds me, that I still need to watch the Chucky TV show. I know PJ Campbell loves it, and then I know Vernon and Robert Adams were more mixed on it because they were doing an after show every week. But I definitely intend to watch it when I have time. My time has been lately on Cobra Kai and Yellow Jackets. Yellow Jackets is dope.
Good old Cobra Kai, where it's a crime to admit that a show is cheesy and you can still like it.
That's all I was saying. I was saying it's silly and cheesy, and I still really enjoy it.
Wait, you mean our friends that we have on the internet are not real friends?
We're horrible people for defending
I'm
our
abusive
friends?
And I gaslight people?
Because
while we're talking about
defend our
abuse and
friends?
gaslighting, do we think that Billy made Sydney come?
No.
I just wanted to see Matt's reaction. No, I don't either. I really don't.
She
Oh, look, Chris Clark.
like
Hi, Chris Clark.
how she looks, she's just like, yeah, I just did that, I guess.
She looks unimpressed.
Yes.
This happens.
Thoroughly unimpressed.
Oops. And then she asks questions. Girl, what you doing asking questions? What you doing? I called my dad.
Listen, a guy's got to know.
That was still the most infuriating and yet funny part of my day.
It was infuriating.
And I love how it died down for a few hours.
And then suddenly he came back.
At one point, Amber was like, "What happened to Matt? He left us." I was like, "I think he's working. I think this man has a job."
I'm over here when I worked from home, I was on the phones all day, so I was just sitting here yeah, that's perfect. Just messing around.
Well, to be fair, working today was watching the Scream franchise.
Fair.
I know it always gets brought up how much Skeet looks like Johnny Depp. And I remember at some point reading that when Wes was casting this film, he was struck by that comparison, and Nightmare on Elm Street is Johnny Depp's first movie. So he felt that having Skeet in Scream, which was so referential to the histories of horror, looking so much like Johnny Depp in Nightmare on Elm Street was just this like
a lot of the similar wardrobe
thing of grand design that you couldn't plan and just happened perfectly.
So I will just say that I've always thought he was a little creepy looking.
I think he's creepy looking too, which is why I want him to tie me up and have his way with me. I mean, what? We're watching a film.
Sir, it's a flim.
I've learned a lot about Maxwell over the past week, and I'll keep it at that.
This is probably why my mom told me not to share so much of myself online. She doesn't watch this shit. She has no idea. She's like,
Happy
what's
New
a
Year,
YouTube?
son. Stop telling everybody your personal life on Twitter. Okay. Proceed to tell everybody personal life on Twitter.
Personal life on streams with people watching.
And I'm not.
Dear son, don't say so much personal stuff. And then I tweet, you really just can't choke me hard enough. Look at Matt's face.
Okay.
All right. And
It's for the laughs, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great point, which says, talk about grand design. The fact that they got a mask referencing the painting The Scream by Edward Munch, while the movie was still called Scary Movie. That's true.
Oh, I love this scene.
And there it is again, the iconic synth piano of John Carpenter. And the fact that Randy is saying, look behind you to Jamie while Ghostface is behind him, like this to me is why the level of clever writing and execution in this movie is cream of the crop.
I can't wait for you to watch the fifth one, because I'm waiting for Jader right now, because Jader's seen it and he's like, "Oh, I'll talk to you after class."
Listen, got 2 hours of airtime to fill. We're watching the second one too.
The best in me too. So.
One of the things, one of my favorite elements of the Scream franchise, and partly why I also hold it in such high regard compared to other slasher franchises, is the whodunit aspect.
Yes.
When you think of like the stalwart killers of slasher cinema, Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers, those are individual entities. And then with Scream, you think of Ghostface, but Ghostface has been many people. Many people have donned the Ghostface mask, including Sydney herself in this film. And that's really cool. I love a good whodunit.
You've got me by like you're like hamstringing me right now.
The fact of the matter is, I'm saying things that are triggering you, having seen the new one earlier today, and it just means that I'm gonna love this movie because all the things I like about this franchise are making your face light up. So you're just making me more excited, bro.
Yay!
Well, I'm pretty sure we've talked
I
a
love
little.
when Jimmy walks in, he's like,
he is such a doofus in this movie.
Yes.
Like, what are you doing? Aiming at the fucking. Well, I mean, there's a balcony up there, I guess.
But I see. We talk about he's such a doofus in this movie, but he has a line in the next movie that makes me love him being a doofus.
Oh, I love it too.
Oh, yeah,
he's like, did you ever think it was just a facade?
And the way he delivers that line, and we'll get to it because again, stay tuned, folks. We are watching the sequel.
But it's just like, wow.
So I was saying earlier, Scream 2 was the first horror movie I saw in theaters. I was 10 years old. I had seen Scream on VHS. I can only imagine how this would have played to someone a little older who had already seen lots of horror and slasher movies, to have the whodunit element to it and all that. That's, I mean, it must have been thrilling.
Oh, I love this. I love this part. And see, I think part of the reason I love Wes Craven horror is due to the fact that the use of how he uses blood is just fucking phenomenal.
The blood on the windshield is so great.
Yes.
There are other whodunit horror films, obviously. I mean, to a certain extent, the original Friday the 13th has a whodunit element because you think you know what's going on, but that's more of a twist or a reveal than an actual whodunit, because I don't think as an audience you're trying to figure out who it is, whereas in the Scream movies you are trying to figure out who it is. Urban Legend does it. I like Urban Legend. I don't love it. A more recent sort of meta slasher series that I love the whodunit element is Happy Death Day.
Yes.
Yeah, like I always love that about Dewey, how in the multiple Scream movies, they reference it again in Scream 4 with Sidney's book, how specifically he knows what page and the direct quote from stuff people wrote. He does it in 2 with the Woodsboro murders. Oh my God, I have so many shirts. I have to decide what to wear on Thursday. I have a stab shirt.
I had Scream shirt.
I have a stab shirt. I have a Super Yaki shirt that says, based on the novel The Woodsboro Murders.
That shirt always sells out when I want to buy it. And
I wore that shirt to the Brooklyn Schmodown event, and Vinny Mancuso comes up to me and goes, bro, I just ordered that shirt. I have it on a hat too. So maybe I'll wear my stab shirt and my...
the hat's like only in neon green. I want the black hat with the
shirt. Have the black hat with the green letters.
It's that shirt like sells out almost immediately.
You just got to have quick trigger fingers, bro.
Or money when they actually get in stock. That seems to be the issue more often for me.
The more I watched this one and the fourth one, the more I realized how much of the fourth one deliberately plays off of stuff that happens in the first one.
Then you're gonna... Never mind. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. See, this is killing Maxwell because he's like, don't tell me anything. And now he's like, I want to know more. I want to know more. I want to know more.
I'm the same. I'm so excited. I'm just not sitting there going every time.
This is such a great shot. Such great Steadicam work.
Yes.
The way it slightly tilts to a Dutch angle when she's running, and then it's moving her up her with the steps. There's a shot in the trailer for the new one that sort of reminds me of that. And see, this scene
you mean
is where the two of them are going toe to toe and who can chew more scenery, and I love it.
Yeah. Fuck you both. Slams the door.
Sydney, baby, please. They're pointing at each other like the Spider-Man meme. That's what's up, Sydney.
See, like how he acts perfectly fine for the like not as bad as he should be acting was the dead giveaway.
They fall down the stairs. Hey, oh sorry.
My FCL character obviously is Mad Max, so in my first promo, I made a reference to Billy Loomis. I know he's referencing Norman Bates in Psycho, but I said we all go a little mad sometimes, right. and I say, you know, like Billy Loomis. Don't give him the gun, Sid. Don't do it. That little camera tilt up to his face. The way he holds it. Oh, I love it. We've talked a lot about Matthew Lillard, but Skeet is really good when he
Yes.
makes his turn too.
Yes. I love, and we're gonna get to it in a minute. When Matthew Lillard just walks into the room afterwards and he like emotionless, and then looks down at her, surprise, Sydney.
Yeah. Hi, Jeff.
Yeah,
Matt
they
told us.
know.
And for what it's worth, Pauline is on my shit list. Yeah, we're dragging your wife's dirty laundry out on this show, apparently.
No, we just mentioned how she thought it was dumb, and Maxwell was like, okay, she's on my shit list.
The funny thing is when they use the voice changer, it sounds different than it. Oh, I love that. Buka! It sounds different than how it does in the calls, and I don't even care.
It was fun.
Matthew, I am so proud to share a name with you.
Your mother was no Sharon Stone.
Those are rules.
I just...
He's so fucking...
He's so good. He should have got a supporting actor nomination for this shit. Come on now.
Well, that's the thing. You know the Academy doesn't respect genre films.
They really don't. Scream is Get Out is the exception, not the rule. Like, in a just world, this would have been nominated for Best Original Screenplay.
It's why people have issues with some of the nominations, like in the 80s with comedy. That Eddie Murphy, there was a few that people argue he should have gotten for. Coming to America being one of them. That is still arguably one of his best performances ever.
Him and Arsenio Hall, both in that movie.
And they didn't get nominated because it's comedy, and the Academy doesn't respect comedy.
But then, you know, ever so often, you know, you get a Melissa McCarthy nomination, so it's just like there's no consistency.
And can I just say, as much as I love Andrew Garfield, I think Will Smith is going to end up winning it this year for the same reason Leo did, because you can name 4 other performances that Leo deserved to win for over The Revenant. But that was basically a Lifetime Achievement Award, and I think that's
it's very, very possible. I just wonder if the buzz on King Richard peaked a little too early. We'll see. You know, Garfield has more buzz because of the success of No Way Home, but
yeah,
we'll see what happens.
I mean, I agree with you there, but the thing is, Garfield always also has the blemish that was The Eyes of Tammy Faye.
These guys.
Sorry, Billy, I thought I got a little too zealous, huh?
And then Neil is just over there with his eyes wide. It has
I
been a
need
year
to
for
see
Andrew.
that.
It's on HBO Max now. I like to joke though that as much as I love Tick Tick Boom and think he's brilliant in it, my favorite Andrew Garfield performance this year was lying he wasn't in No Way Home. There are 10-minute YouTube supercuts, and the guy is a talented liar.
He's great.
I just gotta say, he was miscast in the eyes of Tammy Faye. I love him as an actor. I'm not saying he acted poorly. I'm just saying I don't think that was the role for him. You know what I mean?
Woes the air.
So good. Gail Weathers. I love how she flips the script on them a little bit. Yes. It's really clever. Although when she does it, you can hear her voice more than you could ever hear them when they call.
I mean, I think they did a good job of mixing the two voices in that scene. In this scene, though.
I think they just really sort of explained it away by saying he was a workaholic, always traveling for business, which is the same way that Maureen ended up having an affair with Cotton and Stu's dad. Billy's dad.
Yeah.
He just wasn't around. Even still, in this movie, the whole point is that they thought he was on a business trip.
Me with the phone, dick. And there's Ferris's favorite part. Fucking hit me with the phone, you dick.
That line, that delivery. So good. Billy is over here just screaming and being rage, and Stu's over there
because his motive is perfect for exactly what it is. Billy is like the psycho, and freaking Stu is like peer pressure. I'm far too sensitive, and he really is. He's sitting there crying over his mom and dad grounding him. I'm like, oh my god,
it's rare.
I love how she uses the fucking the umbrella.
Well, it's also just great to see the stalkie become the stalker. She's just using their same tactics against them. Biting is always a good tactic.
Yes.
It works every time. Our teeth are sharp and painful.
I do gotta say, this is like the one death in the franchise that pisses me off the most, because you can survive that, and I want more to.
I don't know if you could survive having your brain fried like that. After
Hey.
all the blood he had lost.
I just want to say, we never saw glass break.
Listen, if you are spoiling
You can
to me
actually
this
see
way
it
that
in
he
the shot
returns
if
in
you
a new
watch.
Scream, I'm gonna be furious.
I would not do that. I'm actually speaking on something that I actually does bug me, because like you never.
He had
see-
already lost so much blood at that point because Billy stabbed him more than
Yeah.
anticipated that I think he was, just by not getting medical attention soon enough, was dying anyways. And the
Fair.
TV to the head was more just a way to knock him unconscious.
Like,
Gale
even
Weathers.
after all the electrocution, you can still hear him go, "Oh, the electrocution's done." Just
He was like, they put me back in the fucking closet, guys. I was laying on the kitchen floor. I was more comfortable than I was in the closet, and then they put me back in the fucking closet.
We'll talk about this because this is the end, and we're gonna take like a 7 to 8 minute break to use the bathroom and stuff. I'm gonna put up a little window card, so don't go anywhere, people. We'll be back to watch Scream 2. The turnaround time on the release of Scream and Scream 2 was quick.
yeah,
It was less than a year, and so
is-
this movie hit, and they went right into production. I mean, listen, you shoot one of these movies in 20 days, and it takes a couple months to edit it. It can be done. It's just rare for sequels to come out so quickly. It's normally more of a 2-year turnaround time.
I think back then it could be done easier, because for horror movie, like how the horror genre has changed, especially over the last few years.
Well, I mean, Saw would have, when Saw was out, Saw had a new movie every year for years, and so did Paranormal Activity.
I would like to
to
point out the love that I have for the fact that you can hear Skeet Ulrich and Matthew Lillard emulating Roger's voice the entire time.
Yeah.
But like in little things that they say throughout the movie, there's like little pieces of nuance. But also, the whole movie, Maxwell and I were trying to speculate who was murdering who, like which killer was on the phone, which killer was the one killing. And we were like, so if Stu had an alibi, then he had to have been the caller when Casey and Steve died.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
this is a good point with Scream, and then Saw when torture porn hit, and then Paranormal Activity with found footage. Is like these very sub niche genres in horror are very popular for a short amount of time, so you churn out as many in a franchise as possible. But it's been fun now. Like Scream 4 came out 11 years after Scream 3, and now this one is 11 years after Scream 4. So it would be fun if in another 11 years, so in 2033, we get Scream 6.
I think we'll be getting a 6th Scream film way before then.
I think so too. But yeah, it is fascinating in this movie with two killers to sort of track and figure out who was likely to do which killing.
I also love how they do Drew Barrymore's cast card, her attribution last in the cast, and like you mentioned, she was the biggest star in this film at the time. And actually, no, she wasn't. She was the second biggest because Friends had already hit at the time.
Yeah, that's right, because Courtney Cox.
Drew was the biggest
The more
movie
well-known
star.
Yeah.
Yeah,
more
so
well-known.
Drew
Courtney
biggest
was a
movie
TV star, so she was well known.
Yeah.
I just think it was so. Anyways, we're gonna take a less than 10-minute break. I need to use the restroom, this, that, and the other thing. Stay with us, and then we're gonna watch Scream 2, and hopefully you'll stick around and we'll have a blast. And I'm gonna put up this. Bots will be blocked. I would just like to note that bots will be blocked. Thank you for showing up, Loveface XYZ. Here, girls will do what you say. I don't need a bot for anyone to do what I say. I don't want people to do what I say. I believe in consensual partnerships based on love, trust, and understanding. We'll be right back in about 2 to 3 minutes with Scream 2. Stay with us, kids. And we are back. How's everyone doing? Successful break?
Been my microwave popcorn has failed me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How did it fail you?
I figured 2 bags of microwave popcorn would be about as much as a cup in the popper. No.
This is 2 bags.
Ugh.
See, we have a popcorn
eating
machine
it-
at the house, so we don't have microwave popcorn.
I have an air pop
too.
machine
I just
also,
have a
but
whole lot
it takes
of
longer.
leftovers.
And-
But my question is, and are you using the same edible arrangement bucket that we use?
Yes, but it has been washed. I have washed it since.
That's not what I'm asking. I mean,
Yes.
of course, that's way smaller than the bowl I'm using.
It was still in the drying rack.
It was still on the drying rack. I heard your God Mike announcement.
Yes, I fucking loved it.
Okay. So just to reiterate, bots will be blocked, and we here at Off the Rails believe in consensual partnering based on love and respect. With that, we are getting ready to start.
Equal lusting, or equal lust.
Equal lust is great. I am all for equal lust. Some of my favorite evenings involved equal lust. We are getting ready to watch Scream 2, which I believe is also available on Peacock.
Yes, it is.
Or however you choose to watch it, Blu-ray, rental, DVD.
Only the first
Laserdisc?
2 are available on Peacock. I don't get it. Why not 3?
Good thing we're watching the first 2.
Great.
Oh, thank you, Legalt. I appreciate it. So I'm going to count down from 5. I'll say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. And we will start watching Scream 2. You ready, Matt?
Yep.
You ready, Amber? I would just like you both to know that my dog just ripped the noisiest fart I've ever heard her rip, and she is 12 years old. I'm surprised the mic didn't pick it up. 4 is on Prime. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. So I posted a meme yesterday that Matt commented on. It's the meme with the guy trying to pick between 2 buttons, and it was showing Scream 2 and 4, and I genuinely go back and forth as to which one I prefer. That being said, there was a time where I almost liked Scream 2 more than the first one. It is not as brilliantly made of a movie, but I think it's so fun and watchable, and there's so much about it I love. I hold this as one of the pinnacles of slasher and horror sequels.
the
especially
kills are better.
considering the quick turnaround.
Yeah. I think the kills are more creative and better, and that's why that's what I like.
And there are
most about
certain
Scream
scenes
2.
that I love. I would also like to add, after the first movie was almost entirely white, it is very nice to see people of color featured in various ways.
It's like a 50-50 cast.
It is. It really is. Jada Pinkett Smith slays in this opening scene.
She does.
Jada Pinkett at the time.
Yes, correct. Jada Pinkett at the time. She has since married Big Willie style so they could have a Millennium party together every night. Although from what I hear,
think
he
she
was
just
having
quit fucking Tupac around this time.
Millennium parties with other people, but yeah, who am I to gossip?
And see, I love how they poke fun at the fact that the cast was all white. It's fucking brilliant.
And it's white. And then right off the bat, they're starting with the red right hand.
Yep.
I was going to say I've never seen movie theaters like this, but I saw No Way Home 3 times opening weekend. I've seen movie theaters like this.
Well, I haven't seen a movie theater like this since Force Awakens.
Less than a year, because in Scream they were seniors in high school, and now Sydney's a freshman in college. So
yeah,
about the same amount of time that's passed in the real world. Very quick.
What actress?
That's the house from 3.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, I'm mistaken. So technically, this movie takes place in 1998. So it's about a year and a half beyond the first one. So I guess they weren't seniors in college, in high school. So there's a year gap that we miss.
That is the house from Scream 3.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I love, and they replay this footage in Scream 4. I love that Robert Rodriguez directed stab.
Yes.
And Heather Graham is perfect casting. See, why she got to take her top off?
That's how I feel about the Witcher series.
I have not watched it yet.
That's why I have refused to watch season 2.
Listen, my philosophy on nudity in television is as long as you're showing an equal amount of dong and boobs, I'm all for it. That's why I was good with Game of Thrones.
Euphoria definitely shows an equal amount of dong and boobs.
Good.
But no, my issue with Witcher is there are times where Yennefer is just standing there and she's naked and she could have put a dress back on in this amount of time after fucking. You just have her standing there naked talking to the person.
Sometimes I stand naked and talk to the person I sleep with after I sleep with them. It happens.
That's fair, but like when it's almost like a 5-minute scene and they're just standing there nude and he's put on clothes but she hasn't.
Fair. The conventions of television are different than real life. Oh look,
they're back.
Another bot.
Why do they love this channel so much?
Who knows?
I love it. I got my money. I asked for your money.
I really like Omar Epps.
Yeah.
You know what movie I really like him in is O.
What?
Oh no, wait, is that Mekhi Phifer in O?
Maybe.
I thought it was Omar Epps. Now I have to check. Oh no, it's Mekhi Phifer. Okay. Omar Epps was on House for years and years.
Hey, don't forget Omar Epps. For some reason, stepping into play. Well, we all know the reason why, but stepping into the role of Willie Mays Hayes in Major League 2.
Bad.
Yes, it was.
That whole movie is terrible.
It's better than 3, at least.
First one's great.
Yes.
Hey, Maxwell, messages on Discord.
Okay.
I will say this: Jada Pinkett character is every girlfriend when their boyfriend drags them to a movie she doesn't want to see. No, you're paying for this shit. Lego.
No, it's Marley Shelton is Deputy Hicks in Scream 4, who I
And
do
then-
believe is in the new one as well. I don't think that's
Yeah,
a
she
spoiler
is.
because I think she's
She's in the
been
trailer.
announced.
Real
Oh.
quick, she's in the trailer.
I keep dropping popcorn.
Oh,
Oh my god, another bot.
bro, what the fuck?
The little noise that is made that makes him put his ear to it is so funny to me. They are multiplying, Mike. Now, I think everyone has seen Scream 2, right? We're sort of just being,
Yes.
yeah. I'm not going to give away who the killers are other than to say that there are two.
Yes.
I think more so than the first movie, there is one of the two killers who is doing more of the active killing than the other one.
Yeah.
I agree.
And the other one was more of a puppet master slash funder.
And we know one confirmed kill for that one.
Correct. And that one makes sense based on the context of the scene. Scary Movie makes fun of this in a funny way too, with Regina Hall. Is that not Regina Hall? Who is that?
No, you're right. Sorry, I was thinking about how they use Carmen Electra in the opening scene of Scary Movie. That's so. There's two ways you could have used that. I love how she was
Right.
like,
I was
not
talking about
into
making fun of Jada Pinkett, not making fun of the
Although I do love how she was like so not into the movie, and now she's like all in.
The amazing thing about this and what makes it so horrifying, and you know this would happen in real life, that she is stabbed and she is up there screaming in front of everyone and no one does anything.
Yeah.
Because they don't think it's real.
I'm pretty sure, like, based on what I can tell from the voice, it's not. I think that's the other voice.
It's literally, if you turn on captions, it's captioned. Like on mine, I could see everything that they said.
I can see what they said too, but I think based on the voice, it's not Mrs. Loomis. It's a good theory, though. And this score use here is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
If there was a fat character, like an actual fat character in one of the Scream movies, you could just be like, well, we definitely know they're not the killer. They're too fat for the outfit. I can never be the killer in a Scream movie. I wouldn't fit in that outfit.
Man, with how billowy those things are, you never
That's
know.
a good point. That's a good point. Whoa. I've seen this movie a few times.
So I'm totally watching this on Vudu. So it had all of the captions. So it all depends on where you're watching it.
I'm watching it on Amazon with the captions on, and it has it all. Because there's a difference between subtitles and closed captioning.
Yeah. So
I love closed captioning.
I will say this. This may be I don't know if this is my least favorite shot one or if 3 is my least favorite shot one.
Fair enough. I still think the writing and performing in this one are great.
Yes, and that's why I have it ranked so high. It's always coming down to story and everything for me. That's why I did not care for Nightmare Alley, because I figured out the entire thing in 30 minutes.
I love her roommate.
Yep.
Me too. Oh, Cotton.
The shithead.
Yeah.
Okay. I used to write. I mentioned when we were watching the first one, I used to be on Scream message boards. I wrote more than one very long post about how I theorized that Rebecca Gayheart and Portia de Rossi's sorority sister characters were helping the killers in this movie. They are always appearing at inopportune moments. And I don't know if they were actually doing any kills, but I think they were on the payroll helping cause obfuscation.
It makes sense.
Pay attention to when they show up in different scenes.
They help with that, what ends up being the major setup at the end with the abduction. So
they absolutely do. I really think they're involved in some capacity. I would love to see them show up again in a future Scream movie. Okay, I love this discussion in the film class, and I love that Josh Jackson is randomly in there for one scene. And listen,
yes,
Sarah Michelle Gellar is my girl. Buffy is my favorite. The fact that she's in this scene, and then her big centerpiece scene later, love.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Jackson, who I hope they bring in to replace Emilio Estevez in season 2 of.
Yes.
I'm just glad Emilio isn't an anti-vaxxer.
I was literally laughing looking at that. Yes, they're the worst. The worst.
I agree. I'm glad he's not an anti-vaxxer also.
I just want to make it very clear that one of my friends left school because of her sorority. And she was the valedictorian of her high school class. I was like, this is ridiculous. Randy!
I love his facial hair. What's up, Eric? Yeah, always weird that Randy misquotes Alien Scope. Maybe it's to show that he's infallible.
Yeah, it was really messy. But she did meet Cinderella at Magic Kingdom, and Cinderella saw her shirt and said, I have a friend that used to be in that. And I was like, got it. So that I guess that worked out for her. Empire Strikes Back.
Well, they mentioned that at the party, and they goes, not a sequel, part of a trilogy, which I disagree with.
I
It's
agree
completely
110% with you. It's still a sequel.
Yeah,
a
it's still a
sequel is a
sequel.
sequel. A third
Yeah.
entry is a sequel. A fourth entry is a sequel to me.
Mhm.
Like
I
when people
agree.
are like, what are your favorite sequels? I'll be like, well, Prisoner of Azkaban. They're like, well, that's the third one. I'm like, but it's still a sequel to the
Mhm.
second one at worst,
And-
if you want to use that logic.
And if people say Prisoner of Azkaban is not the best Harry Potter movie, I question their taste. But
Prisoner of
Amen.
Azkaban is one of my favorite movies of all time.
yes, I wish
Um,
Alfonso Cuarón directed 3 through 7 part 2.
One of my friends that I've been friends with this person for years, and she's a writer and is also verified like most of our people are. She seriously went off on POA today, and I was like, I understand your reasoning, but I still love it.
That's what's up.
Yes,
Nerd Chronic agrees.
that's because Eric's the man.
Okay. I love Jerry O'Connell in this movie. I think he's really charming. I really, really wanted him in It Chapter 2
Yes.
as
Bill.
the grown-up Ben.
Oh, Ben. Okay, yeah. I could see Ben, yeah.
Because it would sort of play on his Stand By Me character, too, because in Stand By Me, he's the chubby kid.
Yeah.
And now he's the
Remind-
first male co-host of The Talk, which is odd.
Right. In terms of an adaptation of the material, meh. In terms of the movie itself, yes.
I agree.
Because I'm a huge book person,
Well,
but
see,
I don't let
that-
it disparage the movie.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That set in motion how those films worked going forward, which is adapting the important parts. Because
For me,
it realized that's what it needed to do.
fidelity and adaptation is boring. If I wanted something that was identical to the source material, I would just read the source material.
Or rewatch
To me, the best
two.
adaptations, right? For me, the best adaptations capture the spirit of the source, but also justify themselves and make artistic choices to translate it to a new medium, which is why Prisoner of Azkaban is so freaking good, in my opinion.
And then there's movies like Aragon that you just wish that they adapted the source material.
Aragon would be a perfect Disney Plus show.
Paolini's fucking gunning for it, and I hope he gets it, because could you imagine like a kid's version of Game of Thrones, which is essentially what that series is, on Disney Plus?
Okay.
I
Two
would
things
also
I'd like to point. Go ahead, please.
Oh no, I can't wait until I actually have a wall that I can do this on, because I have a full-size Prisoner of Azkaban movie banner that I might have ganked out of my storeroom at my old theater.
Seems
So-
like something I wouldn't mind hanging in my house one day, but it's yours, so meh.
I have
Okay.
a Prisoner of Azkaban poster with the three of them looking out, and you can see the Dementors swirling around.
I had a Prisoner of Azkaban poster on my college apartment wall. I currently now have the teaser poster from Sorcerer's Stone that's just the letter with the owl holding it
Ooh,
right as you enter my
nice.
apartment. But what I want to say is there's two things I want to point out at this point in the movie. Number one, the utter stunning perfection that is Courtney Cox's hair in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
And number 2, that Laurie Metcalf is one of the greatest actresses of the last 30 years. Whether it's on Roseanne, whether it's in Scream, whether it's the multiple Tony Award-winning performances she gave, whether the fact that she was robbed of her Oscar for Lady Bird, she is a masterful performer.
Yes, she is.
I just want to say she is one of the 2 reasons I watch The Conners still, because The Conners is not a good show, but her and John Goodman are the reason to watch it, and that's the only reason why I watch it. But also, my girlfriend, the cosmetologist, hates Courtney Cox's hair in this movie.
Oh, I think it's incredible. So
well, she hates this era of hair, I guess. Like she admits it's well done, but she doesn't.
Fair enough. Nice, Sydney. Talking about hair, one thing that does bother me in this movie is the harsh juxtaposition between Portia's hair and her eyebrows.
Yes.
Yeah.
All I can think of when I see Portia de Rossi is the chicken thing, the whole chicken dance or whatever.
A
Coodle doodle doo. I can't get up and do it, but if I could, I would still not get up and do it.
What is your Bluth family version of the rooster chicken?
I'm not pulling that one out right now. I have no idea. I don't think she's wearing a wig in this one. I think she's wearing a wig in 3 for sure.
Who?
Because at Nev Campbell in the comments. Lego.
She is wearing a wig in Scream 3 because she was also filming Drowning Mona.
You're gonna laugh. We actually looked that up the other night when we watched it.
So this is the music I was talking about. This track, which they ended up calling Dewey's theme, was originally a temp track because it's used in the movie Broken Arrow with Christian Slater and John Travolta. Pretty good movie. It just worked so well and everyone liked it that they just decided to keep it in and supplement it to Marco Beltrami's score. Did she get coronavirus in the Conners, or am I wrong?
Who?
Roseanne. No, did they kill off Roseanne to turn it from Roseanne into the Conners?
Hold on, I'm gonna find out.
Oh, she OD'd on painkillers.
Yeah.
That's not funny. The opioid crisis is legitimate.
So, I mean, they had set it up for where before the whole tweet thing happened, where we were about to get into a storyline where Roseanne struggled with giving up painkillers for all her aches and pains and all that. And then the tweet happened like, we want to continue this with the rest of them. So they just use it as an excuse to kill her off.
I mean, it's not funny overall, but it is pretty funny in the specific sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pills caused her to tweet that, she said, and pills caused her to get killed off.
So Beltrami scored 1 through 4. Brian Tyler scored the 5th one.
Wait. The guy who scored the 4th one was the same as the first 3? Because that score for the 4th one is
I might be wrong. I might be speaking out of turn. I'm going to check. I thought so, but...
The 4th score sounds so different in comparison, and it's just...
No, yeah. Marco Beltrami scored Scream 4 as well. Yeah, I thought so.
Wow, I'm shocked.
Yeah, Marco Beltrami scored 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then they brought Brian Tyler in to do 5. I've listened to a little bit of it, but I decided to wait till I see the movie. I started and I was like, I'm gonna wait.
The score for 5 slaps. That's all I'm gonna say.
Good.
Can't wait.
Timothy Oliphant is a perfect example about how some men are cute when they're younger, and then when they grow up and get older, you're like, oh damn. Timothy Oliphant is fine as fuck now.
Like, I would say actually there are 2 of those in this scene. Like Liev Schreiber is the same.
I agree.
Liev Schreiber hasn't really aged.
No, but like Mandalorian, when Timothy Oliphant removes the helmet, you're like, holy hell,
that
step on my neck, daddy.
And pepper hair, give it to me.
I mean, there's 2 men on Earth who I said I would sleep with.
Ooh,
Timothy Oliphant is one, and I'm curious if Maxwell can guess the other. The other is younger though.
Say it again. I missed what you're saying. I'm sorry. I was watching Nev Campbell's slap.
I have told my girlfriend there are two men on this earth who I would sleep with. Timothy Oliphant is one. I'm curious if you can guess the other.
Michael B. Jordan.
No.
Can you give me a hint?
Recently in a biopic in the last 4 years. Lead of the biopic.
The difference between me and you is there are hundreds upon hundreds of men I would gladly sleep with, so my mind is going in so many different directions.
Can I just say, yes, I got that on film. Probably one of my favorite lines in this entire movie.
Me too.
I was like, we needed you. And my name is Dwight.
Don't tell me anything more. I'm thinking.
Just fire alarm went off. And he's like, good thing I didn't join. Fire alarm went off. We had to wrangle the cats and walk down.
Oh my God. I'm so sad he didn't join. Ugh.
Can I ask this? Caucasian?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to figure it out based on that. This part I love. Page 41.
Yes.
You were right. The ice was a good idea.
Good.
This is what happens when you spend part of the day walking without a crutch, and it's like, oh, this sucks.
I see Maxwell's face. He's still trying to figure this out.
He's in pain. Do you want to message it to me? I want to know.
Ryan Gosling?
No.
All right, give me one more hint.
Musical biopic.
Maxwell, remember when I said the music behind the scenes sounds like the entrance music for Islands of Adventure?
Yeah.
It still sounds like the entrance music from Islands of Adventure.
Hugh Jackman?
No, Amber just got the answer sent to her.
Ooh! Ooh!
Is it Andrew Garfield?
No.
Oh my God.
You're not going to get it. Just give up now.
No.
Really? You don't think he'd get this?
Mm-mm. He might. But
Taron Egerton.
I love how she's like, he's not going to get this. Boom.
It's almost like he reads my mind. He sees through my eyes, and I say, you're not going to get it. And he
very fine taste, sir. Very fine taste indeed.
I saw Kingsman for the first time. I'm like, you know what?
He is so sexy in Kingsman.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's the water test scene that is just like, you know what? Yeah.
Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 is actually kind of good. I say what I said.
I've never watched a Rob Zombie Halloween film.
The first one is not very good, although I appreciate some of its choices. The second one is good because it's not actually a remake of anything. He just does his own thing.
I've seen 3 Halloween films in my entire life. Halloween, or excuse me, 4. Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween 2018, Halloween Kills.
I've seen every Halloween film, every
See-
single one. I own them all in multiple formats.
As I told you, I'm newer to, as you can see, I'm
Right,
newer
right,
to
right.
the horror genre, but for me, it came down to, okay, I'm picking and choosing, and the news about Halloween.
Did you say you had seen H2O?
No, just
That
the
is what I
origin.
recommend you see because it is very much Halloween doing their riff on the 90s slasher resurgence. Kevin
Okay.
Williamson executive produced it. It's got Josh Hartnett and Michelle Williams. It's a Miramax film, so it feels very much like Scream. I know what you did last summer. LL Cool J's in it. It's really enjoyable. I like H2O a lot. And it's short. It's like 85 minutes.
I've only seen the first Nightmare on Elm Street. Trying to think. What other slasher? I've never seen a Friday the 13th movie.
Like the second week of lockdown back in March of 2020, or maybe the first week of April, I watched every Friday the 13th movie in like 4 days, and I'm pretty sure I saw my brain leaking out of my nose by the end of the week. It's a trip. There is no horror franchise more wild and inconsistent in tone as it goes on. But my favorite one is the sixth one, Jason Lives. So who the hell knows? I love this. I love that.
Nerd Chronic 4 minutes ago. In my head canon, Joshua Jackson's character disappears from Scream 2 because he spends the rest of the movie looking up dialogue for aliens pre-Google to figure out why everyone laughed at him in class when he quoted the movie correctly and Randy didn't.
Freddy vs. Jason is a lot of fun. I agree. I watched that as well. I actually really like Jason X also. It is so silly and dumb, but it has maybe my favorite kill in the entire franchise. And it has David Cronenberg acting in it. So all good things.
So does Star Trek Discovery, and I love it.
I also really like, maybe one of the few people, the Friday the 13th reboot cool, because it's not really a remake, but I like it. It's good. Leprechaun probably wins, but based on where Friday the 13th started and where it ends up, it's a wild shift.
I can't say I have seen bits and pieces of all the Halloween movies because at work during the break room in October, they just put on AMC. And you know, AMC just runs them all on repeat.
They do, yes. Halloween weekend, Amber and I were at Universal to go to Horror Nights on Halloween, and we were hanging out in the hotel room before we went to the park, definitely watching H2O on AMC.
Yeah, I've never seen a Child's Play movie. I'm sitting here going through lists of famous slashers, and I'm like, yeah, haven't seen that, haven't seen that.
Funny thing is, this movie came out in 97, the same year Buffy started.
Yeah.
And so here you have Sarah Michelle Gellar playing a college sorority girl. And then in Buffy, you have her playing a high school sophomore. And I get it. She's an actor. It was just must have been funny as an audience to see both in the same year. Like, how old is she really? How old is she really?
I think she was 22 when this came out. Let me check.
Oof.
she was 20 when this came out.
Yeah.
So she was probably 19 when they filmed.
So the actual right age to be playing a sorority girl.
Right. And then just a couple years later, we get her as Daphne Blake.
Yep. I love that her and Freddie Prinze are still together.
Yes. And they've both been in Star Wars.
They have. That they have. I think the same thing all horror has against blondes. You're blonde, you die.
I mean,
I'd say
Scream
sorry,
2
Amber,
literally
but you're
had-
not a natural blonde.
I mean, Scream 4, not 2, has that line in the beginning where they talk about the blonde with the big tits always dies.
See, they come and tell everyone, thus clearing out the house for more mayhem to occur. They are in on the game.
Red hand plays again. Yeah, but they're always the final girls, which is why they're so badass. Lego. I want to figure out how he looks younger in this movie. Is it the haircut? It feels like it's the haircut.
Do we?
Yeah, he looks younger in this movie.
Could be the haircut.
I meant to ask you when we were talking about controversial and edgy things, what were your thoughts on the Fresh Prince trailer? Or the Bel Air trailer?
I don't get it.
Fair. Okay. I guess. Well, you know how it came to be, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm curious because I like some of the talent involved, like Mark Cherry and stuff like that. It'll be interesting to see. I'm definitely going to give it a shot.
I mean, I guess for me, why I'm into it at least is because it's a way to touch on the Black experience and even dive deeper than the show did, the original show. Because now you can take it in that more dramatic direction.
The show, from what I remember, was always good at dealing with issues alongside its comedy.
Yes.
And so I have seen some people saying, this doesn't make sense to turn. Well, no. I mean, you can turn anything into anything that you want it to. I'm really curious to see what it looks like. It's a big swing compared to, say, something like Saved by the Bell, which just went really cheeky and meta almost.
I hate Saved by the Bell. I was looking so forward to that.
The reboot or the original?
The reboot.
I think it's amusing. I haven't watched that much of it.
See, I hated the first season, so I haven't even given the second season a chance. I'm not the kind of person who can hate watch a show unless it was a show I was in love with and then it fell apart at the end. Like Glee.
Yes. Like most things that Ryan Murphy is actively involved in. There are shows that he produces, like Pose or American Crime Story, that are good because he's not actively running the writer's room. Because I do think he's a pretty good director. I think he's a terrible writer.
Yes. Can I just say my girlfriend sent me this, and this is why I know she's the woman for me.
Aw,
Yes.
Lawrence.
I will say this: rewatching Scream after seeing Scream has definitely helped me figure out what I'm going to say.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a good thing. I just want to say it's so nice to have a ring light now. So it actually still is evenly lit, even though all the lights are off in my room.
It does look good. I want to get a Elgato key light.
So I have. Do you want to see my ring light? It's kind of cool. I have two of them. I have a standing ring light, and then I have a swish mount.
Nice. See, I got this one
It
free.
clips
My
to my desk,
mom.
and it has a phone holder.
Oh yeah, no.
I
My
become
mom.
more about the colored mood lighting than the ring lights because I love how my shelf looks with blue.
I
I'm
know
thinking
who helped
about
you
doing
install
that.
that.
I'm
I
thinking
do
about
too. I was
doing
there.
that for under here because I'd love to see it reflect off the Mando helmet and the X-wing helmet. But no, my mom works for the federal accountant, and they have this rewards program. And for some reason, as a part of it, they had a ring light. And she's like, "Hey, do you want a free ring light?" I'm like, "Sure. Why the fuck not?"
I love that he actually gets to work with his dad.
It's kind of cool.
I love this scene. It's so cheesy, but in the best way.
Oh shit! You know what today is?
What?
Today's Dune on 4K day.
It is. My steelbook should arrive today.
It just hit me.
It is time for some motherfucking bagpipes.
Yes. They sent us a copy to the house a couple weeks ago for the Critics' Choice because Warner Brothers said, screw it, we're sending out copies. And my dad's, my best friend Nick, his parents are my parents' best friend. His youngest brother is my younger brother's best friend. We do gifts exchange and all that. The middle brother, my parents couldn't figure out because we all collect movies, so my parents couldn't figure out what to fucking give him because anytime they bought him something, they found out afterwards he owned it. So when that came, my mom's like, "We need to give him that." And my dad fought it for like a day, and he's like, "You know what? You're right. I won't use it. I'm just gonna give it to him." But it worked out for me because I got Inglourious Bastards on 4K, Love Actually, and there's another Once Upon a Time in Hollywood in 4K because they all bought those for him, and
I love that. It's tradition.
I would like to announce that the Georgia Bulldogs, or was it Georgia Bulldogs or was it Tech? I think it was Georgia.
It's Georgia Bulldogs. We're about an hour late on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't pay attention to the college football invitational. But
I can't blame you when it's two teams you don't care about. You're just like, eh.
well, but I mean, if FCS can do a playoff, then FBS probably could too.
They beat Alabama.
They sure freaking did.
If you Google it, it shows fireworks.
I'm shocked Florida isn't, or Florida Central, UCF, right?
Yeah.
University of Central Florida. I'm shocked they aren't in FCS.
Well, they're moving to the Big 12.
Oh, so then they're probably going to be fine soon.
I think this is their last. I think in 2023 is when the move happens.
So UCF.
Yeah. This is so great how we actually get to see a scene from Stab, and it's actually Tori Spelling playing Sid. And then Luke Wilson.
Agree. That's why I called it the College Football Invitational, because I don't have any stake in that. I was rooting for Cincinnati.
At least it wasn't Alabama.
That's precisely why I gave them that half-assed lackluster cheer. I was like, because Nick Saban can fall off the face of the planet.
What did Nick Saban do to you?
Exist.
Be a horrible human being.
True enough.
Listen, I'm from Louisiana. What did he do to me?
He left LSU.
And screwed them.
And you have 2 championships at my expense because of him.
Well, I mean, I'm not really the biggest. My mom's an LSU fan. I'm a UCF
Well-
kid. Born,
well-
raised, graduated.
Really? You were born and raised a UCF fan?
I was a
Okay.
UCF fan before I moved here.
Okay.
Not born, I guess, but reborn.
Yeah,
Um,
'cause-
I've never really admitted this to Amber, but when I was in middle and high school and I did watch college football, I mostly rooted for the Noles because that's what a lot of people around me rooted for, which I know is not bad. I don't mind the Seminoles. So he never gets to it. He never gets to rule number 3, and people for years have speculated and theorized, and nobody knows. I think someone, whether it be Kevin Williamson or someone else, should write like a fake oral history tie-in book of the entirety of the Stab franchise. Maybe I'm the man for the job. Maybe I'm gonna write a blog. Because I have so much time. But I did also get into UCF and decided not to go. So the Knights have always had a place for me. And I will say this. Their fan base is very accepting of those who didn't go there. Some other schools are not that way.
Where did you end up
Rule
going?
3 is that there is no number 3. Fair enough.
So, Maxwell, where did you go to school?
I went to Drexel in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Okay.
We have a really good basketball team, so I follow the basketball team a little bit. The Drexel football team was literally the name of the school's improv troupe, which I performed in a little bit. We had a soccer team that was terrible and mostly just played like invitational games because we did have a soccer pitch on campus. Basketball, we are good. It's a solid program.
Sounds like Cleveland State, except we also don't have a football team, although my classmates and I did a podcast on why they should this past semester. But we have a good basketball program. So
The other thing I always wanted someone to actually write the Woodsboro murders and publish it so that fans could buy it and read it. Because I love tying.
you think they would have? You think they would have?
Yeah, they didn't.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna piss off my girlfriend, but I'll be right back.
She makes a convincing argument, even though it's self-serving.
Well, yeah.
I love that the play that they're doing is Cassandra because it lends to so much great Gothic imagery in the scenes that they use, and they do end up using the theater and stage a lot. Part of why I always really liked this movie as a theater kid.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
And by having the ensemble masked as such, it allows for some really clever visuals later in the movie, including coming up soon, actually. He's back.
Maybe not for long because I dropped my fucking spoon. Oh, cool. Napkin. We're Gucci.
This is a good point. Gail always brags that she literally wrote the book on the Woodsboro murders, but she doesn't know who Randy's sister is. That's terrible journalism. To be fair, nobody knows who Randy's sister is. Although I think, and I don't need you to correct this, I feel like she's in 5. I'm pretty sure I actually read that she is. Matt's just like, spoon in the mouth, no words.
I know
Blink
nothing.
twice. Blink twice if you're okay. This is delightfully lavish for a college production
Right.
of a play that's not like an actual performing arts school.
Do you know what state this school is in?
I feel like I do. I'm thinking. It feels like Georgia or something.
I'm the one asking the question, so that should be the biggest hint.
Oh, is it Cleveland?
It's Ohio. It's in Ohio.
Ohio.
Do you know why he chose for the school to be that Wes Craven had the school be in Ohio?
Yes, Mike, you should see it Thursday so as not to get spoiled, because I feel
Yeah.
like you don't want to get spoiled and people are going to be spoiling this.
I'm probably the one person who can speak on this on the stream. Yes.
This is such a great scene, having the guy in the ghost face mask hidden. And this is another reason why I theorize that the sorority sisters are involved, because they're in the play and they're behind those masks. So they were the killers in to this production. They just show up in so many opportune moments.
So the reason you thought it was in Georgia is because that's where they filmed.
Okay.
But this... But do you know why Wes Craven picked Ohio for the college?
Why?
He's from Cleveland.
Ah, there you go.
Cleveland, where our fame's to claim is Wes Craven, and Superman was created here on the Christmas Story house, and the fact that Tom Hanks claims us as his city, even though he's not from here.
Where is he from?
I have no idea where Tom Hanks is from, but he spent a couple of years or a year or two as part of a theater troupe here, and he says that was the most influential years to his acting.
Huh. Fair enough.
And he was the one, if you didn't know, who did the voiceover for the Guardians name unveiling.
Oh. I assume everyone who's still hanging with us has seen this movie before.
Right.
Randy's about to die. I know this pisses some fans off. My argument is the fact that it pisses fans off means it was the right choice, because it shows that these movies have legitimate stakes and that even your favorite, most beloved characters can die. And it gives us... God damn it. Matt might as well have just spoiled something with what he just did. It gives.
Well, you literally just almost word for word repeated dialogue from the movie today.
Oh God. Well, listen, I've spent a lot of time watching and analyzing these movies. They mean a lot to me. Okay. Yes, these dumb, stupid movies about people getting stabbed means a lot.
Maxwell, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're like spitting dialogue literally from the movie unintentionally.
Maybe I wrote Scream 5 and nobody knows. It is. Showgirls is horrifying, like I agree. The way he delivers this dialogue, Jamie Kennedy, is terrific. Billy Loomis.
Mhm.
Billy Loomis, what the fuck? Oh. I love Gail so much. It's a great scene, Mike, and it is a shame to lose Randy, although I think artistically it's the right choice.
And I love how they bring him back in the third one.
Me too. And his legacy is felt throughout the fourth one because they talk about him, and I'm sure that his legacy is going to be felt in the fifth one in a big way.
You gonna be okay? You good?
You're going to be all right there, Matt?
Like, what you just said is actually one of my favorite parts of the movie, goddammit.
Listen, I'm going to call you Thursday after I'm out, and we'll talk all about it, okay? Billy Loomis, what the fuck? What a rat-looking homo-repressed mama's boy.
Can I put something in the private chat? It will be very light.
Yes.
Very, very light.
I mean, you can literally message me anything you want. I don't care.
Amber and I are spoiler whores. For every other movie alive, I want it fully spoiled before I see it. Not this one. I say alive as if movies are alive. Oh, poor Randy. This guy who gets this one line of dialogue, the way he says it always makes me laugh. You have an IM. All the terminals are connected. Just hit Alt M.
all the terminals are connected. The way he said it. I'm like,
He's like, I have these 2 lines of dialogue, and I am going to act the shit out of them.
listen, we have all been there, and you cannot tell me you haven't.
I absolutely have.
Thank you. Thank you. You are like me. I'm
Listen,
like, nah,
Amber
give
and
me spoilers.
Amber and I spoiled the shit out of No Way Home for us. So we knew every beat of that movie before we saw it, and it didn't ruin the
Reddit
movie at
spoiled
all.
for me 7 months ago, and when I read the spoiled Reddit thread, I thought it sounded like the worst fucking Spider-Man movie possible. Sometimes seeing is better than reading.
That's true. I love spoilers. I really do. I just don't want. I don't care if I know everything about this new Scream. I just don't want to know who the killer is. I just don't. That matters to me in this time. Because I like to try and solve the whodunit myself.
Okay, I understand what they're trying to do with Cotton here. Like, they're trying to make him seem like he finally is the killer, but, like, come on, dude.
He's desperate.
I will say this. I know people get mad that Variety posts spoilers and whatnot, which they shouldn't do, especially in their official reviews. But sometimes doing that shit helps me reset my expectations for a movie in my mind, because, again, viewing is different than reading.
I have no problem with the publication posting spoilers before a movie comes out, as long as they are clear in the headline and in the first sentence of the piece that there's going to be spoilers, and then that gives the readers their option to read it or not.
But Variety doesn't do that. It's just, here's our story.
No,
By
they
the way,
don't.
there's
I agree.
spoilers.
Like, oh yes, Harry Styles shows up in this movie. We're like, thanks. I didn't care. I thought that was fun to know, but people care. It's about respect to what everyone wants.
Right.
My argument about spoilers is thus: I fully respect people who don't want to be spoiled on things. However, the argument that if you know what's going to happen, it ruins it. If the only thing you're watching something for is to be surprised, then it's probably not very good to begin with. If knowing who the killer is or knowing what happens ruins the movie for you, then you need to really examine if that thing was good to begin with. Now, a whodunit is different because the design of the piece is figuring out who is the killer. But for example, and I think it's safe to spoil No Way Home now, right? Like there's like,
it's been
Andrew and Toby are in the movie. Knowing that does not affect or change or make the movie worse. For the people who didn't know, I'm sure it was a fun surprise. But the moments that they appear in the movie still hit big, amplified by the Beatles-esque cheers in the audience the first 3 times I saw it. Even the fourth, Amber and I saw that movie 4 times together. Even the 4th time we saw it, which was weeks after it opened, after we had finished COVID, there were still these people in the audience who were flipping out. And that was a blast. I saw it again this week, and I heard one person go, "Oh, damn." Very quietly. I was like, they kept
7-year-old godson literally jumped out of his seat.
I love that. Exactly. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey, which is my same argument against people who say that something is bad because it's predictable or they figured it out. Sometimes that's the case, but as a blanket statement, sometimes you're able to figure something out because it's well written and constructed tightly.
I wouldn't say that's the case for Nightmare Alley, though.
Again, everyone has their own, estimation as to how something is gonna work for them. Exactly. Movies are not about the what, they're about the why and the how. I think you could really boil stories down to, like, there are 12 different stories.
Yes.
And then every movie or book or TV show is just a variation on that story. When people are like, there's no originality left, I'm like, if you look back at the originality of Hollywood when it first started, they were just doing riffs on plays and retelling stories that have already been told.
West Side Story.
And it's amazing. West Side Story is amazing.
Please hit us up with all the spoilers if you want to, or we'll discuss
Finally,
spoilers.
I found people who like spoilers. Only took 3 decades. You're amongst the family. Welcome. Like, even for seasons of Survivor, I always try and find spoilers ahead of time because some seasons there are and some there aren't. Normally, if there are returning castaways, it gets spoiled because I like to see how it happens. I don't care about being surprised. It's the how we get there that's thrilling to me, except
Exactly.
for whodunits. That's the one thing where I want to stay spoiler free so I could play along. Like a murder mystery is great because you get to be a detective.
Remember that time when I correctly predicted who was the murderer and only murders in the building last night?
I do, and not to take anything away from you, when I watched it the first time, I also figured it out. But the reason why we both figured it out is because it was well written. Because at the end of the day, the clues pointed there.
Well, because we are the kind of people that we are writers and we see the writing.
That's my biggest complaint. Sometimes I think too much as a writer and I'm able to figure out something and it pisses me off.
I'll be like, how would I have written this? And I'm like, oh, that's how they wrote it.
Well, and honestly, it's the tropes that I see here because all of the people who are the killers in Scream movies tend to be the ones that super speculate other than Randy, which is why everybody thought it was Randy until Randy was dead. So they're always the ones asking the stupid questions about other people. And it's like, that's exactly what happened in Only Murders. And it was specifically the one who kept questioning every single lead that they have. And I was like, and it's the character that, it's a character that got main billing the entire time and wasn't on every episode. It was like, basically everything away. But
yeah, there are two characters who are in the credits that isn't in every episode.
That's correct. And it was really funny because when we met Martin Short, he was like, I'm not telling you who the killer is. And now if I ever see him again, I'm going to be like, I know who it is. Yeah.
I just want to agree with Mike's comment. Liev Schreiber is excellent in this movie. He really brings so much gravitas and intensity to what could have been a thankless part. And I really think his performance in this set him up for decades of success in Hollywood. Because in the first movie, he's basically an extra. They didn't have to bring him back. They could have brought in another actor to play Cotton. And he really shows what he can do in this one. I will say, the only Scream movie where I didn't fully figure out who the killer was the first time I watched it is 3. And that's only because I don't think it fully makes sense based on what we see in the movie. I don't hate it. I think once the motivation and explanation is given, it makes more sense. But I agree with this. And Ryan Murphy has that problem because I don't know if you watched Nip Tuck. Season 2 introduced a serial killer, and the entirety of season 3 was a whodunit as to who it was. And when they finally revealed who it was, it made no sense based on the clues they had set up. It was more interested in a gotcha than in a well-constructed mystery being solved. And to me, the best ones are a blend of that. Like, this is a surprise, but when you go back and look at the clues, it makes perfect sense. Like, that's why I love both season 1 and 2 of Veronica Mars. Both of the reveals as to the killer are something of a surprise. Like, they weren't necessarily my first guess, but they are people I had considered. And when you go back and look through the clues and the information you're given, it tracks with everything we've learned. Scream 3, I don't think that holds water so much.
Not at all.
In the original script of Scream 3, there was a second killer working with him that I think would have helped tie up a lot of the loose ends.
What was it?
It was Emily Mortimer's character, the one who plays Sydney in Stab. And the twist was that she had actually been in high school with Sydney, and Bridger Roman found her, and they were lovers, and then they were doing the killing together, which I think would have helped clean it up a little
so much more.
The thing you have to remember with Scream 3 also is that Kevin Williamson didn't really write it. Aaron Kruger wrote most of it.
We're going to Islands of Adventure.
Quit making me upset.
We can go to Islands of Adventure on Sunday. That sounds fun.
Quit making me jealous.
Not that
Why is
Amber
this
can go
making-
on many rides with her broken ankle, but we could still soak up the atmosphere and eat.
I'm gonna like foolishly knee scoot through the entire place, possibly. I don't know. It all depends on how well I make it to the door.
And Amber,
It also depends on if we end up seeing Scream once or twice on Saturday, because if we really like it, I could imagine us just buying tickets for the next show right after. That's something we would do.
That is totally thing.
Amber, to answer your question as to why I'm jealous, is Universal Orlando is my favorite theme park to go to.
Yes, correct.
I could spend a week
However,
there and still not be mad
This is
about it.
not. By the way, I love them together so much, and I'm so
Yes.
glad they really get together in this one. This is actually the worst time to go because the Mummy ride is closed for 3 months to refurb. Jurassic Park River Adventure is closed for a couple weeks. They just closed Shrek, and they announced that it's being replaced with a Minions attraction, which there's already a Despicable Me attraction. I don't know why we need a Minions attraction as well. I really thought they were going to try and put the Secret Life of Pets ride in there, but I think they're trying to keep it as is, so they still have room to put a house in there for Horror Nights, and Secret Life of Pets would have taken that away from them. You saw that, Burr, that announcement?
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. Or put the Kung Fu Panda thing in there from Universal Hollywood. So I absolutely love this entire sequence.
Yes.
When Gail is in the soundproof room, this to me is the most suspenseful scene in Scream 2.
Yes.
I think so too. I like that there's a stab poster on the wall.
It's clever.
Maxwell, I hope that made you laugh. Yeah.
How many times can this dude get stabbed and live?
Okay. I just put something in the private chat. You don't have to answer it, although I know your face is going to answer it.
I won't give something like that away.
Fair enough.
smaller stuff that aren't really significant. That's just like small, cool little details. Oh yeah, it's fun.
And here I am, like,
The small stuff is what
DMing
gets
him
me.
and being like, boy, I'm excited for this movie.
Me too. Dewey Riley really is the cat with 9 lives. Excuse me. Could an argument be made that, at least as an adult, this is Jerry O'Connell's best performance in a movie? He's not always a great actor, but I think he's pretty good and convincing in this.
I mean, there is that movie Rat Race, which isn't a good movie, but he's funny as fuck in it.
He is kind of funny in Tomcats also, but that
Oh no,
movie's
no,
terrible.
excuse me. I meant Tomcats.
With him and Horatio Sands.
Yeah, like that's a bad movie. I like.
I haven't seen it in years, but I remember laughing at it and still thinking this is terrible. But there's a lot of terrible but funny movies.
One of the funniest things is when they go to the sperm bank to me, and his friend could barely fill the cup, and there he is popping out like 2.5, and I'm just like,
what movie did you say? Cop and a Half?
no, I'm saying the funniest things in that movie is when they go to the sperm bank, and Gary Busey's son can only fill up like a little bit of the cup, and then he's got like 2.5 that he just puts on there. I'm like, Jesus.
I am indeed saying I don't like Kangaroo Jack. He caught me. So Matthew Lillard is in this scene.
Really?
He was on set and he convinced Wes to put him in the party scene. If you go frame by frame slowly, you can catch him. To be fair, this scene is also incredibly suspenseful and well executed as well. Like, I would almost argue Scream 2 has better horror set pieces than the first one, other than the opening. Because this scene and the scene with Gail and Dewey in the sound booths are so well done. Like, when Sid has to try and climb out while Ghostface is unconscious in the front seat, that is thrilling shit. That is so great.
This also has some of the most chilling visuals, like the one we're about to see in a moment here.
crash. Yeah, this scene is so intense.
Come on, if he knows something, I know it. Ooh, ooh.
The scene is so intense, you guys.
Dread it. Listen, I've heard that before. That's not even a thing.
Fair.
I mean, where that's a colloquialism, my friend.
Okay.
So I think one of my favorite pieces, she's wearing his letters in the
Yes.
third movie.
Yes. And as much as I don't like the third movie, that little thing makes a
No.
I love her.
Me too.
Ooh. I just cracked the hell out of my neck and it was beautiful.
Ooh. Thank you for reminding me. Cotton Weary.
Are you sure?
Maxwell, you want to know what just hit me, and I can't believe they did this. I know people were like, "Why didn't they do Scream with the S being a 5?
Yeah,
Why didn't they put 2 lines at the end of the M when it already has that sharp
that could work too. I just wish they had called it Scream 5 or something instead of.
scream?" See, but I think that's why the two lines cutting off the M and putting it in that making a V in a separate letter would have worked better, because at least it's the 5 at the end.
It's a Mickey? Didn't see that coming.
Not
Oh, wait,
at
I've seen this
all.
movie 100 times. Cotton Weary is too pulpy a name to belong to an innocent man. I mean, Cotton is a scumbag. He just didn't murder
Yes.
anybody.
At that point, she should have known she fucked up.
Yeah.
Also, somebody brought up Gail's not great journalism. She didn't know Randy's sister. How did
Yeah.
she never interview Billy's mother after everything?
Well, maybe Billy's mother was on the run.
Maybe.
I also think Gail isn't supposed to be a great journalist. She's just a tabloid hack who lucked into a good story.
That is also true.
Had a mom.
Kill him.
I fucking killed him. I agree that Dewey made Gail a better person.
Yes.
And then
100%.
when Scream 3 starts, she's a worse person again because they were split.
Yeah. I just love how he delivers that line. Surprise cameo just for you.
Timothy Olyphant is pretty great in this once he turns as well.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely gives Dewmacher vibes.
God, I love Laurie Metcalf.
Me too. God. Mother! 60 pounds in a makeover. You should try it.
I just want to say, she should be able to see he only got shot in the shoulder. I mean, come on.
It is in his 90s as Mickey's. They're always trying to place the blame on someone else or get away with it. You're never going to get away with it. It still kind of stuns me to think about the fact that Laurie Metcalf is the killer in a slasher movie.
Yeah. Granted, it still stuns me that she agreed to do Roseanne in the Connors with how great of an actress she is, but here we are.
Listen, everyone needs a good paycheck.
You ain't wrong.
Her paychecks from Roseanne and the Connors have allowed her every year, except for last year, to do a new Broadway play in the spring from like March until the summer, every year. And she's gotten so many Tony nominations and wins. uh, so she did a play she did Misery in 2016, A Doll's House Part 2 in 2017, Three Tall Women in 2018, Hillary and Clinton, where she played Hillary Clinton in 2019, and then she was supposed to do Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, which started previews March 11th, 2020, and then never opened.
Jesus.
She won a Tony in 2017 for Three Tall Women, and then she won a Tony the next year in 2018. Oh, no, sorry. 2017 was A Doll's House Part 2. Then she won again the next year for Three Tall Women. She has 6 nominations and 2 Tony wins. That is impressive and not easy to do.
Yeah. You want to know what I realized here earlier? You can see the crash pad. They just tried really hard to blend it in with everything else, but you can see the crash pad.
Oh, Cotton.
Oh, you're the only one. Gee, Cotton.
And I love how the argument ultimately. You want to be the story? You want to be the story? I'll let you be the story.
Here's my question. Do you think he's actually considering her deal, or do you think he's just playing it off and would have done it anyways?
I think he is.
That's what you get for saying something stupid.
Wow.
You made the comment. You deal with what you did. You know what you did.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching a best friendship deteriorate here live on stream.
I'm putting my boot back on, so enjoy the fantastic, amazing Velcro sound. I already gave a break. It's my ankle.
Consider it done.
Do you think he's actually considering it, though?
Yes.
You do?
Because you can see the slight turn of his gun as soon as she says yes. It's just ever so slight move to the right and bam.
Liev is so good in this movie. So is Lori. Look at her eyes. She's like, consider it done.
Or at least I think they wanted to make you think that he was considering it.
I'm pretty
Which,
sure. I think he was.
I mean, once you've been in jail for something you didn't do.
And see, that's the thing. She's the reason he was there. Her testimony. So he could have killed her and went along with the story of Miss Loomis and called it a day. So that's why there's two.
Did you see me, Maxwell? I was like,
Uh-huh.
uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Cotton is a nice guy out there getting wronged by the justice system, wronged by bias. He didn't kill anyone. All he did is raise his voice in the library. I take it back. He's a wicked, wicked man. I think he is an opportunist who would put himself in front of everyone, but I don't think he would let someone get killed who didn't deserve it at the end of the day.
I mean, once you've tasted a little bit of fame, it's very, very easy to continue to want that fame, and that's, I think, Cotton's big flaw here.
I agree.
Because he keeps going after fame instead of worrying about, any of the people that were wronged because of this fantastic story in the frame job.
I agree.
And it just, I feel like it's a fantastic allegory on your 15 minutes of fame, how you get it, and what people are willing to do to keep it. Which, everything about... Poof! Everything about the Scream movies is, super meta anyway, so it figures.
The funny thing is, at this point, Gail and Sydney have both killed so many people as well.
Yeah, they have.
She just full on shot Laurie Metcalf in the head, didn't think twice about it. She's a cold-hearted killer.
That's flat out. Well, let's go ahead and discuss the person, the greatest person that gets called a stone cold killer. And of course, it's Beatrix Kiddo. Once you've been put through that kind of thing, once you've been shown what you can do in the right or wrong ways, you do it.
Absolutely, I agree.
That woman's son took her virginity and then tried to kill her. And then she came after her as if, they're all treating Sydney like, she, fucked everybody's dad.
Also, Maxwell, just want to say, we talk about the blood loss for Stu. Think about how much blood fucking Dewey lost after being there for
But Dewey has the
hours.
grace of God running through his blood. He's a good guy, so he's lucky. Stu's a bad guy, so he dies. Movie logic.
Well, we're going to Islands of Adventure again, guys.
Okay, Sunday.
Making me jealous and shit.
Listen. When you're here, we will go. And you know what the best part will be? I'll have a foot.
You have a foot. It's just not working.
Listen, when we were on our break, I literally could feel remember the talk we had about the bones rubbing together?
Yeah.
Not my favorite.
No, it's awful.
It sucks so bad. There's a price for everything. Perfect. It'll make a hell of a movie.
I really love this sequel. I think it's one of the great horror sequels, especially considering how quickly it came out after the first one. It really has no right to be as good as it is.
That's exactly what I was about to say. By all accounts, it shouldn't be as good as it is, especially for coming out a year later.
I feel like, and I might be wrong, but I feel like Kevin Williamson had already written the script for Scream 2 when Scream was in production.
Probably. Or at least had a good part of it.
Yeah. Well, listen, thank you all for joining us tonight watching Scream and Scream 2. A few of you hung on the whole time, and we love you guys, and we thank you so much for your support. Before we head out of here, Matt, where can everyone find you? Got anything to promote?
You can find me at Watt Movies Matt on Twitter, at Watt Real Entertainment on YouTube. We just did I did a Euphoria season 2 episode 1 premiere show with Paige yesterday. In literally 25 hours, you can find my review for Scream 5 up on the channel. So yeah, that's all I got going on there.
Amber.
Oh, my turn.
You're pretty awesome too, Legald. Thank you for
I'm
joining
just
us.
listening to the credits music and I'm like, anyway. So set in my head to a ska version of Think I Love You. Or to the end of the movie, you know. I'm Takara Ganashi. You can find me on all of the socials. Over at LGR, I'm the executive producer. I do the gold standard during the season. I do LGR reviews when I feel like it. I basically do whatever I want. But we will be on the 100th episode this Friday. Cross promotion, because that's what we do, because everybody's got more than one thing going on, right? Woo!
I'm so happy for you guys.
I'm so excited. It's amazing. I'm really proud. And we're coming up on 2 years as a network very soon, too. So we're going to have a star-studded group of people. Lots of fun will be had. Right here on Off the Rails when we do watch-alongs or anything that we may do. I'm on for Video Drew. I know that they had a quiz tonight. Go watch that. I don't know who won. I don't know what happened, but it was Jurassic
Park. Yay.
Chris Adams, I Twitch mod for him. We also have some things coming up that we're doing for Chris pretty soon.
Oh, so I'm going to announce the title.
Oh, yes, please do. Keep an ear out in 30 seconds for anything that Maxwell may say about it. And Ember Productions. You know, we do a thing. As you can see, there are some statuettes right behind Maxwell. Obviously, we are already very star-studded and award-winning, but only one half of us. But the other half is going to win all those awards, too.
That's a Tony, y'all.
But,
I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
Oh, no. I passed it to you. I was like,
I am Cinemaxwell on Twitter and Letterboxd, Cinemaxwell Inc. on Instagram. You can find my blog at maxwellsremarks.blogspot.com. You can find me here on the Off the Rails Network. I am also executive producer at Let's Get Ready with Amber. As she said, this Friday, we're having our 100th episode of the main Friday show, The Crackdown. Be sure to tune in for that at an earlier time than normal, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. I also mod for Video Drew. I compete in the FCL. Season 2 is coming up soon. Ember Productions is both a production company and a new YouTube channel. Amber and I are launching in February. We're going to focus on movies, Broadway, and theme parks. We're going to have all sorts of great shows, including one I'm really looking forward to where I'm going to quote unquote make Amber watch movies that I love that she's never seen. We're going to do reviews of new movies. We're going to talk about theater. We don't know what day of the week yet, but we're going to do a weekly hangout show called Let's Build a Fort with Amber and Maxwell. Finally, on the 21st, we are doing a 24-hour stream to raise money for Chris Adams, our good friend Chris Adams, that we are affectionately calling You Don't Want to Chris a Thing. So stay tuned for more information about that.
Don't want to Chris a thing.
Exactly right. Stay tuned for more information of that. We're going to have all sorts of fun things, watch-alongs, video games, segments with special guests, a roundtable of FCL competitors, all sorts of good stuff. So stay tuned to my Twitter, Amber's Twitter, Vernon's Twitter, and Adelia's Twitter. I think we're doing the show on the Fans View YouTube. Am I correct on that?
I believe so, but we'll verify and of course tweet out links. So we'll have
Perfect.
links everywhere.
We'll have links. So you're going to get a lot of Amber and Matt's face all over YouTube in the next few weeks. We wish you a good evening. We wish you spooky trails. And if you do see Scream 5 this weekend, tweet me and Matt and Amber and let us know what you think. And if you watched 3 and 4 before then and you haven't seen them, I know Mike K, if you're still here, you haven't seen 4. I am dying to know what you think about it when you watch it. And Patty, I don't know if you're still here, Patty. I know this was the first time you watched Scream 1 and 2. Send me a tweet or a DM. Let me know what you thought. On behalf of all of us, thank you for joining us. We will see you next time right here on the Off the Rails Network. Bye.